go. And we should be good. Alright. Okay. Welcome everybody to the stream. You might notice a little slight difference in that you can also see my torso and my face looks a little different. It's because I am running on my alt account. I have to gear this one up just a little bit, so that's what I've been doing for the last day or so when I couldn't actually be live. You know, IBS is a real pain in a very literal and figurative sense. Yeah, I couldn't trust myself to be able to stay at the computer for a long period of time, so I had to do what I could in between trips to the little man's room. So, as you can see here, I've gotten a good bit of gear upgraded. My boots are pretty decent. I would love to have Feather 4, but I have 3 at the moment. This is pretty much good except Thorns. This just needs to upgrade Thorns, and this cannot be upgraded any further, so I'd have to completely scrap it and start from scratch. It's good until I need to replace it. Once I need to replace it, then I might have some problems. I've been working on the shovel, and I ground out a bunch of mending books. I've got 6. One of them is going to go on the shield because it just looks too good to not protect. And I just got my perfect, aside from mending, Silk Touch pick. This just needs sharpness. I'll get that at a later date. Everything else is pretty much good to go. That's a perfect sword, perfect fortune pick. The only thing I can't do is put on breaking at the moment, because I don't have the emeralds to do that. And I don't think it's fun to sit there and watch me mess with villagers. So we're going to see what happens. As long as I get mending on it, I'll be good to go. There's an anvil over there at the gold farm, so I'm going to be using that to get some massive experience real quick. It might get a bit loud. Just a warning for headphone users. The pigs tend to be a bit noisy. So let's go ahead and head on over there. The fact that it's loading up pretty quickly in my text bar should show you that I've been doing this quite a lot. Now, this is not my farm. For those who are familiar with the AM Community SMP, this is Moss's farm. But I did help set up the sorting unit initially before he did his changes, so I've been allowed access to use it. So I just have to sit here and wait for piggies to spawn, because I've already been over here earlier. They're already aggro at me. This account is just an alt, but it does need to have sufficient gear in case I need to go, you know, help my main. You guys seem to be a little bit stuck. There. How many times do you guys have to be told you can't double up? It doesn't fit 2 at a time. See? There you go. Alright, you are being annoying. And I hit the wrong pig and killed him on impact. Lovely. So I won't get that experience. Just a few more pigs and I can go down there. I don't like the ticking noise, which thankfully doesn't actually seem to get picked up from this high up. Yep, there it is. I just need a couple of levels to get mending put on the shield, and then we'll go from there. Alright, a couple means 20. Nice. Alright, so let's take this shield off, because it's about to die. Make it a shiny shield. Now, doesn't that just look a little bit better? Alright, now what else do I need to throw mending on? Need to throw it on that. Perfect. Silk pick acquired. You're already a silk shovel, so that's what I'm going to be putting you on. You just need efficiency now. You're already good to go. Let's see how much it's going to cost to put it on these boots. 5? Seriously? I'll take it. I am not going to complain about having perfect boots. We just need feather 3 to make it 4, and then that will literally be perfect boots. Mending on its own is a pretty cheap enchantment, even though it's one of the best ones in the game. And that last one has to go for my wings, so I need to have enough XP to enchant those wings. You guys need to remember that you're angry at me. Come on, it's only been like 20 seconds. What are you all, just a herd of goldfish? I'm over here. There you go. Come to Papa. Oh boy. That would be hell to have to fight, because this sword does not come with sweeping edge. It was like 39 levels to fully enchant it after adding the mending. So I don't know if it would let me enchant it with another one. Sweeping edge might be too pricey. Obviously, I would need to use the anvil for that, but still. Come on. Fall in the hole. Oh, just condemn the young one for that. Okay, that's fine. Just throw him in the bus. Not even under the bus, just in the bus. Throw him in the bus. Send him off to school. Off to Ender College. Get the heck out of here. We got a horde of piggies to feed and we can't keep raising the young. Is that the mentality of the pigman? Let's see, this should heal all of my stuff a little bit before it kicks in. Everything except the chest plate, and I can't add it to the helmet, so everything else should be full. Already level 20, that's more than enough to add mending to my wings. Problem is I don't have unbreaking, so I might need to go on a little adventure to go get it. Okay, that should be good. Get me out of here. The ticking is annoying. There we go. Peace and quiet. Okay, and a little visual glitch. Never hurt anybody. See, this right here. This is why I wanted to have the mending book, because that right there is gonna die very quickly. There we go. That's better. Now, I could do with a few more levels and potentially a better shovel set. Really, the only thing it could get now is efficiency. I don't think I have efficiency. Let's go check my enchantment room. Maybe I do actually have one and I'm just being silly. Thorns. Soul speed. Sharpness 3. Okay, I can put that on the axe. Which, I have one of these right here. It costs 10 levels to put sharpness on it. It's not perfect, but this is an alt. It doesn't need to be. And that's not even meant for attacking anyway. Unless I need to break a shield, but I shouldn't have to fight anybody because I opt out of the PvP if possible. The efficiency is more important. I just like having the 5 enchants. Okay. So really, I only need 1 on breaking and 1 mending to complete my set. Let's see, which one do I need to put thorns on? That would make it perfect, and it was only a few for the last one. It's 19 to have a perfect set of leggings. And I have 5 less than that. So what I can do is go be cheeky. I know I have a bunch of gunpowder and sugarcane, so I can go ahead and make me some rockets. Do that. And that. Paper it up. And because I'm on a console, this server doesn't appreciate me having anything higher than flight duration 1. So that's what I'm going to be able to use. Why did I do that? I was curious. Okay, so I need to go back to the gold farm and take about 5 more levels, which is just 1 more swipe. Heal up the rest of my elytra. Hey guys, I've returned. Are you mad at me again? Any of you noticed my existence yet? No, you need a reminder? Okay. Bonk. Oh boy. A Minecraft definition of an angry mob. And just like an angry mob, they tend to feed themselves into the meat grinder. Mob mentality never pays off. You're gonna fall in on your own? Oh, nope, you got a brain. And then you're gonna lose it. Nope, just kill your friend first. That, friends, is what I call Minecraft karma. Heal the elytra. That's fully in. Get me up to 19. Achieved. And I'm gonna do this again for the shovel. But for right now, this is enough. Put on the pants. Yeah, that might be a problem. I would say if I didn't already have another one. Alright, fellas. Time to be mad at me again. Wow, they really do have the attention span of a goldfish. There we go. Right on schedule. Now, for anybody curious why my stream has the tags that it does, it's because this is a Bedrock and Java world. Java base code allowing Bedrock consoles access, which is what I'm playing on, being the Nintendo Switch. And if you would like to join said server, all it takes is a tier 2 sub. Now, you could go over to the owner and sub there. I'm not gonna lie, that would probably be cheaper. But, as it's not my server and I am advertising for my friend, tier 2 from me. Second hand. But I have the benefit of not having as much language restriction in my chat, at least. The owner, you would need to be Aussie clean. My stream is labeled 18 plus. As long as you're not political in nature, you should be fine. So it's up to you. Pay a little more for a little more verbal freedoms versus having to deal with the restrictions of Aussie language requirements. Obviously, if you join the server, you'll have to anyway, so pros and cons. But I do more than just Minecraft. Hence the other tags. Lately, I've been taking to do more Master Duel than Minecraft, despite having several realms myself that I could pay for. I gotta hit 30. Oh yes, good. Just passed, even with the pick, it was healing. There we go. Elytra restored, shield restored. Enough levels to enchant my extra shovel. Might go to 33 just to be safe. There we go. Now I can enchant it twice. Now we're gonna get out of here. A little quieter for everybody. This is one feature I wish Bedrock Realms had without command blocks, is using the TP feature. Technically speaking, with a creative mode access, you do have TP. Meh. Efficiency. Good. We're just gonna put efficiency 4 on you for now. Okay, so now I've got Mending Fortune, Mending Shovel, Axe, Mending Silk Pick, Mending Sword, and Elytra. Boots, pants, and shield with mending. Aside from having Feather 4, this is a perfect set of boots. And I really want Feather 4 before I netherite it. This is ready for netherite. I don't know if I'm going to bother with the chest plate because I'll mostly be using the wings. And I'm not going to put mending on you because you're just going to end up being replaced at some point. But more or less, we're ready to go. You know what's extra funny? Is I'm gearing up the alt so the alt can do all of the actual manual labor. The risky things. And the main account has a backup set that I'm using as the set that I'm usually wearing. So, I'm backing up the backup for my backup set. Backupception. You can never have too many fallbacks. Okay, what do I need now, honestly, to put that away? I don't need... Well, I guess I should keep the books in my ender chest just on the off chance I can get a mending trade. Don't need that. I'm going to put you right there. I've already got some in the e-chest. What can I get from spawn? I know what I can get from spawn, the thing that I need. Okay, well, I need to go downstairs real quick. Nether brick. Blackstone. Netherrack. Boop. We're gonna grab 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, 4 is good. that back. And then it's off to spawn. I haven't gone to spawn yet. Okay. Because Ace, the other admin, has a shop with all of the armor trims, and I believe the Netherite trim is among them. Forget how much he charges. Trim shop. Okay, you don't have a book right here. Did you put it in here? Elytras. Nope. Mouse is on, right? Yes. I'll just use the Discord, it's faster. Do-do. Hey Moz, how much are the trims in Ace's shop again? Double check that it does have, yes it does. Okay, we have a netherite. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and grab one, because that's all I need to grab from it, and then we will go by payment whatever he tells me it is. Should be on a sign. Oh. The only sign not glow inked. No worries. Expect 7 diamonds. You get 7. While I'm right here, we're gonna do this, that, that, and that. Perfect. Okay. It's not like I can check anyway. Still at work. Okay, so I believe I can potentially do this. Wait. I just realized it doesn't matter if you have the trim if you don't have the netherite. Bah! I have to go to the nether. There's only one place that I know of that I can find netherite. So we're gonna go to home, old house. Because this is the only portal that I know of that goes not to the roof. Now, let me just double check and make sure I don't already have some. And yes, I did buy that shulker of totems. Should probably grab more than just one out, just to be safe. Let's see. Of course I choose the one block that I can't open it under. Okay. Just gonna come a little more prepared for a trip through the Nether because I'm not Netherited yet. Just to be on the safe side because I am not gonna be flying through the Nether. Just gonna dump all of those in there. Yeah. But how much is this gonna cost? Because I remember this was right here. 24 that way, or 6 that way. I would rather pay the 6. That's a lot more than 6. I had 19. I was debated, but it still went through. That's all that matters. Since I'm not using my wings, I could drop those off. Yeah, you could stay. Okay, it is midday, so I'll be able to get over there easily. But it is also raining. I need to cross this ravine, which means I gotta go down this way. Doing 10 to 4 multiple days a week. Oof. I jump in the water and it gives me a boat recipe. Should be the final year. Awesome. It's always nice to not have to go back to school, even if it's not having to go at 6 or 7 in the morning. Off to the Nether. Yoink. Okay, 49 should be enough food for what I've got to do now. And I can always TP back so I don't have to worry about being lost. Oh, that was a smart choice, leaving that completely open. That's when I was trying to get the crimson stems. Keep going. Okay, it's 35. It's not quite low enough. But it does continue going down. $2.15. Perfect. Alright. So, lava's right there. It looks like lava's over there. Or I can comb? I can go back this way. Nope, 13 might actually be better. So we're gonna follow this wherever the heck it goes to nowhere. That's lovely. Well, I'm gonna grab the block in case I need to rapidly place it. Now, I'm keeping my eyes peeled for ancient debris, because I just need 16. Wait. I just remembered I can do these. 1, 2, 3... 4. Okay, those are the 4 I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the pants, both picks, and the sword, because these 2 aren't particularly done. And I need to get more diamonds to do the rest. So I'm only gonna go for the 16 this time. Oh, that scared me. Thought that was a lava pool. I can't see where that is. Okay. Visual glitches are fun. Okay. Quartz is definitely always good. Okay, that's not though. Okay, reminder not to go that way. That's why I drill a little bit farther ahead of myself than just right in front of my face. Can I plug that? Problem is, it's also right there. Is that enough? Here's that that's enough. And I can do this. Okay, that appears to have been enough. Okay. Is 13 too low to usually find ancient debris? That's a pretty fair question, I think. Okay, I thought that was gonna open up to a light block. I don't want lava face, thank you. Or that. That can stay away now. Okay, we can put this back, do that. Okay, so it's not just that level. What happens if I do that? Okay, it goes up right there, which means I should be able to do this and break you, giving me an extra level of proximity. Okay, well, you're proving to be difficult. That is uncalled for. You should apologize. We are just going to leave that there, I think. If anyone's silly enough to fall into that, they can just enjoy that little lava bath. Can I find any ancient debris? Bruh. Enough. No mas. Thank you. Go away now. Bye-bye. Okay. That is not ancient debris, that is lava. And I said no mas. Crouched. Is there not a way of putting something there? It's so hard to accurately do this on a server where the slightest tap on Netherrack does not go in your favor. Okay, but that, though, makes it so I can place a block there. Okay. You here, and that there. Can I now... No, I cannot. Okay, well, we're gonna do the same thing here, apparently. 13 is apparently too dangerous of a level. So I need to find a break in the ceiling to go back up. Need to get some ancient debris. Break in the ceiling. Perfect. Now I am at 15, and it looks like this is a level someone was already mining it. So let me help. We're gonna do this. No, anybody else was using my portal, but I don't remember ever mining like this before, so... It's all sand. Okay, and it doesn't seem to be the most productive way to mine. Oh! Yeah, no. Thank you. Oh, come on. Well, you can just stay there, I guess. Okay. It's gonna go this way. It's not lit up, I don't know exactly where it leads. Ooh. Thank you. Any friendos? No, just the one? Okay, just the one. I'll take it nonetheless. You know what? I'm gonna continue doing that because that's the only thing so far that's been effective. Problem is, by doing this, I'm opening it up that magma cubes can spawn. Okay. Let's see. Nothing yet. Hello. Okay. I don't like that I see lava flickering. That's why I don't like it. Shouldn't have done that. Can never trust it to just break the one block that you place. Not with an E5. Stay in the ceiling. I don't need you at my feet or on my face. That's how I feel about a lot of things, not just lava. Like fans, ceiling fans. I am not a fan, no pun intended, seeing a ceiling fan spinning like crazy and just shaking like a leaf. Nope, not a fan of that. I prefer to have a sturdy ceiling fan if I'm going to use one at all. If I see it shaking like I do when I haven't eaten in 12 hours, I'm not using that fan. I don't care if it's supposed to work that way. I don't like it. Makes me nervous. Don't trust that. Now magma cubes can most definitely spawn in here and be a nuisance, but so can piggies of various varieties. And skeletons. Those probably could have spawned before. Okay, nothing yet. I got one out of this entire trip. And before anybody suggests it, no, I'm not using the bed that's in my inventory to do this. Actually, that's exactly enough. That's fine. I could probably fairly easily come back here with a bunch of beds. I'd have to go back over the ravine again. It's not the most terrible thing in the world. To mind my feet so I don't fall in a hole. Yeah, no. This may be a while. I thought for sure that I would have some decent chances to find some. But if someone's already looked this way primarily, maybe not. Really looking out for my footing. Hey. Jump scares. Oh! Hello. 1, 2, 3. That's a nice vein right there. So now I can make one thing netherite. Very close to an opening. No, thank you. I'll go a different way. Let's see, where was the area I just carved out? I don't think I fully sealed it up, did I? just gonna elect one of these turns here. Nope, not that one. Other one. Ah! Did it again. You heard nothing. Almost did it again. How many of these extra pathways are there down here? Nope. Good try. Good try. Okay. Okay, I can do that. Which means I can do that. Never give up, never surrender. Until that point. That was stupid. That was very stupid. There we go. Consider the problem solved for the moment. Never mind. There's more. Because according to Phil Swift, there's always more. What? What? Why is... Eh? I am so confused. This had to be somebody's bed bombing. I don't recall being the one to do that. There's so much lava. Oh, thank you. Just the one. Okay. I will take it anyway. I'm not leaving here without 16 pieces. I mean, I can at least get the things that are perfect fully done. Nope. Fair try, though. Is there anything I can put that on? Okay, yeah, that's just a no-go lane. Why are there so many of these? Okay, that's just rude. Uncalled for. Don't break more. Okay. No. Frick, man. What the hell? It's gonna be a bit of a lag. Smoz is online, and I'm in the Nether. Okay, got a little bit of life back. Nine more to go. Then I'm free to leave. Stop. Well, that just goes down unnecessarily. Okay, seriously, who did these mining tunnels? They all just kind of go 2 by 2. Random frickin' fashion. And I'm not close enough to spawn to say this is a spawn one. I'm going closer to spawn. I'm not quite there yet. Another hole. You can have that one. What the hell? Ah, yes. Whoever it was missed a 3-1. It's beautiful. Give me the cinnamon bun. 6 more. We are freed from this for now. This better not rain lava on my head. Be very upset. I honestly couldn't tell you if this was a bomb job or if this was just the Nether. Okay, I think I found my own pathway now. Stop it. Enough. No mas. Oh. Okay. 5. I wish you could netherite a shovel, shield, I mean. You can do a shovel, obviously. But unfortunately, it's made of wood and not diamond. Go straight down. Thank you. I can't believe that worked. Nope. Okay. Quite where I had meant that to go. Block off. There we go. Think I finally got it. Damn it, never mind. Fine. Just stay blocked. I don't even care anymore. I'm picking a different pathway. Why is there so much lava? I just need 5. 5 and then I can be freed from this. I don't believe anybody openly sells ancient debris. That would be an awesome shop, but I don't think they do. No. Fuck you. Oh. Okay. No. No sounds right. Okay. Okay. Got a ceiling. Got that. Okay, now I can put in this above your head, sir. And no one is the wiser. Of course, there's a hole here. There's always a hole somewhere, right where I'm trying to go. Of course there is. Just 5 more. We can do it. Not even trying to gear up the whole set, I just need 5 more. Son of a bitch. Okay. Ha! Another 3, which means I only need 2 more after this. And then we're done. Just 2 more. That's it, just 2. Uh-huh. That's what I figured. Okay. For fuck's sake. Oh, please tell me there's another one. You're really gonna do me like that? Just do a one-off. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Ah, finally. We can now leave. I'm going to the gold farm to go heal up. I am still. What are you talking about? Standing. So I can't be crouching. Okay. Sure. Okay. Are y'all aggroed? No. Let's fix that. Now you are. Alright. Yep. Convenient timing on that hydrate time runner. Also, welcome to the stream. You just get done with work. Yeah. Appreciate all the redeems. Let's heal that pickaxe before I do too much. Well, welcome home. Glad to see you made it through the storms safe. Tonight seemed to be a clear day, but earlier this week was not so clear. We had at least 2 days of heavy thunderstorms around us. And then the tail end of the second day was just rain. You have a funny story about the storm. Oh, I'm intrigued. Alright, more XP at the moment. So I should probably just head out. Yeah, apparently you can't crouch while trying to TP. And apparently it sends me 32,000 blocks above build height. Interesting. Okay, well, I am safe now, so let's just drop off these nether materials. Not gonna complain about these. And then we'll turn those into more. Don't need those on me. Which one? Here we go. Chuck those in there, watch them smelt. I didn't even need the gold because I already had a bunch of them. But now that I am safely back, I can grab 4 of those. So these can both be netherited. That can be netherited. And then the pants. And boop. Done. Alright, I believe I have one up here. If not... Okay, I do. Sword first. So that was the first thing that was completed. Purple sword of booping. And fortune was next. Then you. And I need to take off the pants to do that. So I don't think there's anything else I can put on a pair of pants. Prot, thorns, swift sneak, unbreaking, and mending. I'm pretty certain that's all of it. Okay, so now the main things are good to go. I wanted to do the boots, I really did, but I don't have feather 4. Actually, do I have enough diamonds to make another pair of boots? I have exactly what I need to make another pair of boots. Booties. Prot. Prot's not what I want. Move those there so it'll cooperate. I want to see if I can make it give it to me. Unbreaking. Well, I couldn't grab that to see if it would get me feather anyway, so I don't have 30 levels. So I'm just going to keep cycling through these for a moment until I see feather 3 or 4. Either one of those will prompt me to immediately go back to the gold farm and grind out to level 30. Or, never mind, I don't have to. There's feather. Now, is there enough level left, or is it capped? Now, you say 9, but I don't believe you. Yeah, it's more than 14 if it's not going through. But I can do it, and that's the important thing. Oh. Sleep at about 7:30 a.m. to the point where you're basically dead. I've been there. Then all of a sudden a loud boom followed by crackling wakes you from the dead. Oh no. Lightning struck a tree about 15 to 20 yards from the house and not only caused a fire but blew a hole clean through the water pipe. I don't like where this is going. Shut down the water to the entire street for the rest of the day up until the next morning. See, anywhere I lived, it would have been like 3 days before somebody figured out where the heck that happened. So, I guess in a way it's a good thing that it woke you up so you could tell where it struck. But yeah, that would be terrifying. Well, I don't even need to use you, door. I can just do this. Wait for it. There we go. And they're still angry at me. See, these pigmen hold grudges through dimensions. Like some of my ex-girlfriends. The tree is still smoking? It's like 3 days later, dude. What the hell? Is it one of those trees that just burns on the interior and never goes out? Have you seen that, by the way? There's a literal eternally burning interior of a tree trunk. The outside's perfectly fine. Blew the tree apart. I would have thought the rain would have still dampened it enough that it wouldn't be still smoldering, but lightning is lightning. It just does what it wants to do. I would argue that's both better and worse than what happened that traumatized me for rainstorms. Because, I was also asleep around 3 in the morning, and lightning hit a tree that had apparently been hollowed out by termites, which was right behind where I was sleeping. It's still more than 26 levels. Yay. And, completely dislocated the main part of the trunk from the base to the point the middle of the trunk slammed into the corner of my building. And you know how the little sheds that you could find from businesses off the side of the road have, for some reason decided to put the outlets in the ceiling? Well, we also had a standing AC unit in the corner of the room, and it happened to be the corner of the building that got struck. So water was pouring in from the outlet that was still live, by the way, into my still running AC unit. Like it was just sipping on a straw that never existed. And my first thought was, how long before boom? Yeah. It just affected our house, our property, but I would argue nearly exploding is a little worse than just losing water, but also it wasn't the entire street, so pros and cons. Hard to say which one's actually definitively worse, but it's still traumatizing. Both experiences would not be fun. How many levels are these shoes gonna take? 33. Tell me that's enough. I don't have to go to 39. That was 27 levels, and it said it was 9. But you know what? Perfect boots. I'm good. I don't even care for soul speed. Don't need it. Alright, so that leaves just unbreaking on the shield and the wings, and then mending on the chest plate and a brand new helmet. And I can make a new helmet. It's not going to be the best helmet, but it'll be a helmet. Why am I 32.7 thousand blocks in the sky? I don't know. Don't make no sense. I can put those away since I only really need... Well, I'll put a second one in there just in case I do break the first one somehow. That can't be netherrited until it's done. That needs sharp 5, and then it can be netherrited. I'll keep you in here. Alright. I don't think I need the shovel at the moment. Wait, yes I do. I need to go get sand. Okay. Where would I best find sand? Tell you, it's not where I currently am. So we're gonna go for a bit of a flight, since I actually have rockets. Don't know if I need that. Last time this happened, it struck a neighbor's generator, which ignited the fuel, threw the fuel onto their house, and burned the house down. That's some Final Destination shit right there. That was like 2 or 3 years ago. Also dead asleep that time. Maybe you should just not sleep through lightning storms. If at all possible. It seems to be telling you something. Need my sleepy time. Well, then you can deal with being traumatized by things exploding all around you like Final Destination every time it's a lightning storm. That seems like justification. Okay. Oh, I can finally fly on this account again. Let's just grab this just in case there's something waiting for me up there. There shouldn't be, but you never know. I haven't built anything over here to have an actual build for. I'll have to fix that at some point. I'm on the hunt for sand that nobody will miss or need. That is going the opposite direction. This is going farther out, so I'm going to go this way. And all of this is kind of unnecessary. It's just there. I was using it for a mock-up of the build that I did. So I don't need it. Why is there a dirt pillar right here? Oh, sorry, a wood pillar right here. Is this important? Is this someone marking their territory? Because I kind of live here. Eh. That is jungle. So I have to think that that might be Moz. It's... Well, this is sand. I don't think anyone's really gonna miss it, per se. It'll get covered with snow by the time someone realizes it's gone. Alright, so we're gonna do... that. So I don't mind grabbing the occasional grass block, but I don't need the dirt. What is this? A monster safe space, perhaps? Just gonna go layer by layer. See, I never know when it's gonna break just one block or two blocks. Clearly it's not from underneath, it's just surface level. I guess we're gonna find out if that was something important. Someone might message me, be like, why is there empty space? Where'd all the sand go? In my pocket. Because I needed it. Need to turn it into glass because the villagers are cheap. Didn't want to give me too much glass. I think only one, maybe two of the three sells glass. The rest just sell books and other stuff. But only one of those three sells bookshelves. I already did a grind for diamonds earlier. That's how I was able to make the Netherite clones. And in doing so, I got a metric crap ton of tough, which is the wall block I chose for the build I'm using all of this for. I need to turn this into glass, turn that glass into red stained, and then finish the base platform to put all those walls on. I could have sworn something smelled like it was on fire for a second. I'm like, what is that smell? That is most of those stacks filled up. That's nice. I may not have to take the rest of this beach. Might not be able to take the rest of this beach. I will take a little bit more, though. Go until I stop here in the little loops. The bloop of acquisition. Sounds like an old Super Mario movie. Not movie, villain, I mean. The bloop of acquisition. Isn't that what they called the squids or bloops? I don't remember. Reminded you of a different stream you watched. Well, I'm glad that it's a good memory, apparently. Copium, perhaps? I'm just going to assume it's a good memory. And that is all the sand I can grab. Unless I fill the shulker box, but I don't think I really need to. I think that should be plenty of glass. Instead of wasting elytra space, I'm just gonna do this. You already have lava. Perfect. Which means you have been selected to smelt sand. You also have something? You do not, but do you? No. So you are just going to be smelting all of this then. Okay. That's good, and now my dyes are down below. Alrighty, I'll check that out after. Probably going to need... I'm gonna say about 30 of these to finish up all of the red stained glass. Or at least a good portion of it. And a good portion is all I really need it to do. But since I've kept this area loaded for a while, I think I need to check on my sheep. See if they have their wool, because that would mean that that's where some of the lag's coming from. And I don't believe I have the iron to fix that if that is the case. Because most of the iron is on my main account, and this is the alt. Okay, they are still mostly naked. Oh, we're fine. I'm not going to worry about any of these. Let's take a peek over here at the green. Fair. Projectile protection. I can disenchant those and have free books. Kind of wish I could have a map of this area, but it is inside of a mountain. So it wouldn't work. Do 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 do. Oop. Nobody likes projectile protection, let alone having to grind for stage 3. So we don't need it. Oh. Okay. Let me go grab some more lava. Let's see. 13. Actually 12. So I grabbed the perfect amount. But I only have 9 of these, so... So that'll be fine. And I'll just take that, just for an even number. And I'll chuck these. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Good, 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 good. somehow I'm only up to 47. I thought it would be an even number, but nope. While I'm waiting on that, let me actually go check that. Okay. Nice animation, though. I can start placing some of these, I believe. Leave those in there to finish smelting. It's a start. Just a little faster than walking it. In case anybody was wondering, no, I haven't expanded much on this since I ended stream. I needed the glass in order to do that, and I just now acquired it, so... Yeah, you did just get off work. I understand if you gotta go get some sleeps. That's fine. One of these days I'll need to get into a call with you and Death. Off camera. Have a nice chat. Hopefully when you wake up, it won't be to another round of lightning. Shouldn't have any storms as far as I can tell the rest of the night, so we should be fine. Alright. While I wait on that... Oh, I need to use a crafting bench for that. That's right. Hold that thought. Okay, something died. Glad it wasn't me, though. Okay. Got a decent sized floor now. At least the lava won't be able to jump up through the glass to hit this. This is pretty good progress so far. Eventually I will be building the thing that goes on that platform. Whether or not it'll work remains to be seen. Okay. Show off the shield that I've designed. Honestly, I think the banner looks better than the shield does. But the shield didn't come out too bad. It's almost like a little guardian eye staring at you. If you want to try building it for yourself, you can skip the cyan roundel stage. That's what I did first. It didn't really look the best. So you can just do the orange base gradient, yellow lozenge, white roundel, and cyan flower charge, and it'll look the exact same. In fact, wait, which one did I have? It was a purple banner, orange base gradient. There we go. Okay. Like this. For some reason I have to do banners manually on here. That looks more like a sign, but you know what? I'll take it. Orange base gradient. Make sure. That's right. And then just removing... Oh, I need the yellow lozenge first. Which was this. Then I am missing the flower charge. We're forgetting the cyan one. The white one is this. And from there, it's the flower charge. That is the exact one that I made. It just came out a little bit different on the shield. It's not too terribly different. But you see what I was going for. It legit looks like a guardian about to shoot at you. Or potentially a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I'm not sure which. But I'll take it. How many do I get? 88. Not a bad start. Imagine I forgot to put the wings on and just jumped in the lava there. That would suck. If I was that tired, I would just end stream after doing something like that. Like, no discussion needed, just goodbye. Okay, so now that can link up to there. Okay. Almost got one whole wing done. Do you know what I could do? Is in a similar vein to this, where it's mostly a different block. It might look a little too obnoxious to do the same thing. It very well might look a bit too obnoxious to do the same thing. Definitely can't do it with the purple block, but I could potentially do it with redstone blocks, and that would just look... ew, not pleasant, at the very least. Okay, I am vastly running out of the red dye. So I have to get some poppies, it seems. Oh boy, that should never have been busted up, but I don't have a hoe on me to fix it. Means things can spawn in my area, and I am not okay with that. Nice landing. I highly doubt this is enough. In fact, I'm almost certain that it's not. Yeah, it's definitely not enough. Yeah, if that was 40, then I need at least 100 to finish this off. But on the plus side, just made it to the point that I can finish these walls. Sadly, the main account's the one that has all those pieces, so that's gonna have to wait. I think I do actually have a shulker of poppies in the flower chest. Poppies! Alright, we're good. Got plenty. Well, that's a start. Oh yeah, that'll be enough. Poppies, not glass. I know the glass won't be enough. Okay. Okay, this much of the floor is in. This is 5 deep. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and an even 10, so exactly 50 minus 12. So I need exactly 38. It's not exactly a perfect amount to need. How's my wings looking? I really need to get an unbreaking book. I'm gonna have to spend some time fishing. Good thing I was able to get that perfect fishing rod. If I was gonna get a book, it would end up being unbreaking. Or hilariously, I might get a Feather Falling 4 book from it. Let's say we do a little fishing while we wait. Because I don't have anywhere else to put you right now, I'm just gonna put you right here. I do actually have a little fishing pier. But I can also just use up there to have a better angle at things. Okay, well, I know where my golems are spawning. Outside. Oh well, I can deal with golems spawning outside of the kill zone. It's not exactly perfect. That's the first time this account has fished on the server. This account hasn't been on this server that long. It really hasn't. I only added it initially to AFK my iron farm, and it didn't actually work. So, sadly, it's not showing me what I get when I get something. So, we're gonna do this. That way, if I get something new, it goes in the hotbar and I could see it. Because I want to know when I get a book. Well, that was just a fish. Well, I actually need to be right back for a moment. See you all in just a second. All right. Glow squid. I'm not too concerned about him. Having a supply of glow ink is actually pretty useful. It's nice to be able to fish in safety. But what I may end up having to do is put kelp down there so it will grow water source blocks so I can get better stuff. So I don't think this is deep enough to get more than just fish. I wasn't trying to get him. Doing this should give it an opportunity to finish a couple stacks of glass. Well, he got himself stuck. It is free glow ink. I think that may ultimately be what I have to end up doing. That would probably give me the most benefit. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That, grab the fortune one. Let's see how much kelp I have. It'll be downstairs in the kelp hole. It's not a whole lot. I'll have to do though. Wait, no. I can grab more. I actually have respiration now. Better. While I'm up here, let's check on the glass. Okay, that's better. That's definitely enough to finish off that little bit. However, I now have a project to do. Turning this into the actual kelp space. No, can't see. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I need to level it down to at least that. Oop, found a hole. Found another hole. Keep those. Okay. So I'm going to be removing a fair bit of this. Let's go ahead and swap out the wings for the shirt. So they're not going to do me much good down here. Don't need the additional. Well, actually, right here I do. Gotta remove all of this junk. Bonus, I can reuse this sand. Turn this into a fishing area. Call it good. Go. And I just need to fill the rest of this back in. Can remove that. Place. It's the squid's fault. He got in the way. All of this out of here. Preserve the sand. Okay. Turning a big swath of that into obsidian. I have to remember this isn't one of my realms with add-ons. I will drown if I'm down here too long. Case in point, down for too long. Should not be able to get to me. Mr. Glow Squid, I'm gonna have to kill you. You're in the way. Okay, this side's blocked off. That needs one. What have you been fighting? Drowned? Possibly. Alright. Almost all of it is removed now. Okay, I think we're ready for the kelp. Should just be able to plunk this down and call it done. Once the kelp fully matures, It'll still be underneath the surface, but I'll be able to fish in it and get better drops. That's fine. Can put one there. Should be all level down this way. Get some more air going. And this will be a much better kelp farm than the one that I have in the base. So theoretically, I could remove that and the sugarcane farm and put the sugarcane potentially right out here. Yeah. Mine. Well, that's all the kelp that I had on me. So now once this grows a little bit, I'll be able to expand upon it. Put you right there. Lights it up just a little bit better. Ah! Those two got screwed in the process. Oh geez, just from that one little sweep, I was able to get all this. It's already a brand new stack. Plus some extras. I don't know why I never thought to do this before. Okay. That'll do for now. Let that grow just a little bit. I'll come back for it. Ah, glow squid head. Nice. And then we bring these up to the top. So I want to see when I get a fish. Or when I get a book. Let's see if this makes any difference whatsoever. It's far enough over that I should be able to see a difference. The kelp's not all the way up yet, but it is helping turning the bottom into water source blocks. And I can actually see a little better because I moved the glowstone. Despite it being a little deeper than it was before. Still just a tad easier to see. Tougher. Stick you in the back. Flash. That's stackable, so it can stay. I don't generally keep stackables. Or non-stackables, I mean. I keep stackables. So you can get a lot more out of your inventory that way. Come on. And lily pad. Interesting. I think I should add some lily pad trail all the way from there to the sand. Then again, it would kind of defeat the purpose of having wooden trail. So maybe I don't do that. Oh, too early. Let's go check on the glass. So that is what I'm actually here for. I should be able to keep it loaded from there. Welcome back. I thought you were going off to sleepy times. Okay, that's good. I'm just putting those in there for now. I need you. I'll keep silk. So I don't forget and accidentally unalive myself. After all this. Testing a game for a buddy. Oh, that's kind of you. It still wasn't even a full stack. Alright, eat some food, go for a flight, start placing in the remainder of this flooring. Erp. That could have been bad. I gotta remove that. It's not really necessary for anything. Oh, glad I have the silk touch out. because I keep doing it. Okay, this whole wing is now done. Let's see how far I can get with the next one. Oh, I love standing on invisible blocks. Nothing keeps your nerves relaxed like not being able to see the floor when that's the only thing between you and a lava death. Nothing is quite as calming. I have plenty to get through this, actually. At least this lane. Is this buddy actually created the game, or just asking if you'll try it? Save testing? Okay. So I know it is possible to get into testing video games for a living. In fact, that was almost what I went for, but I didn't finish my college, so. Not sure how welcomed my input would be. Hi? Ow. Can you not? You fell from up there. Of course you did. It's not a game for kiddies. Fair enough. Okay, so I got enough for an entire wing plus the extra that I needed for that one. Just from what it took to get the kelp put in place. Not bad. Made it. Ooh. Okay, I like this dynamic. Wait. Okay, I didn't put the wrong glass back. Alright. Let's not almost die in the lava this time. Took so long to get this gear, I'd rather not lose it in a stupid fashion. Okay. Now we start fanning out. Sure I didn't miss anything. See a nearly perfect, if not perfect, grid pattern. That's kind of what I want. Okay. It's like this kind of works even with the planks. But when it comes to the red, oh, I just thought of something that might look cool, but I don't have it. Ugh. Can't remember if it's the black or the red. Let's see. Blocks. No, that's concrete powder. That's not it. See if this shows up. Nope. Okay. Let's finish off another piece. Well, that's just one lonely piece of glass then, sitting out in the middle of nowhere. There is a terracotta glaze that looks similar to this. That is precisely what I'm envisioning right now. And that could look very, very nice. Provided it's done correctly. I don't even think I even have terracotta. Don't believe anyone sells it, so maybe we should have a terracotta shop. Unless that's already factored in with the one Moz built at spawn. Because I think those guys can sell it. Shot in the dark that they have the one I'm thinking of. It's gonna be a while. Almost done. With the third quarter. Why are you blinking? Stop flashing. I love that I installed a road and I'm actively avoiding using it. Just takes so much longer than just using wings. Alright, I am gonna let that simmer for a bit. So we're gonna go back to fishing. Which, as a side bonus, will heal the wings that I have been abusing so far. Is the kelp grown enough? It should. Oh yeah, that should definitely benefit a little bit. Trying to test if I get better loot with it being full water sources rather than just dropping water. Okay, got the salmon. Jevin would be pleased. Well, it's not a salmon head, but still. Okay, I've got both types of regular fish. Can I get a book from doing this here? It's not likely to rain on it. And I can't just open up the ceiling directly above because that would just make mobs fall directly down. Which seems counterintuitive to a fault. Okay. An item I didn't have so far. Must have been a fish. Let's try scooting over just a bit and getting a little more centered. That was a bit faster. Still a fish, though. At least it is working a little quicker. There's not even all of the kelp is fully grown. And it's only going to be as grown as the level it allows, which is 4 blocks, I believe, maybe 5. Which is why I'm trying to do this. Ooh, I got some loot. Lure 2. It's kind of mid, but it does show that I can get enchanted loot. So at least it's not a bad fishing area. I wonder if I'm close enough to my sheep. They're like behind me to the right. Because if this is how I end up benefiting my wool farm, all the better. No, I missed my opportunity on that one. It should be close enough. At least the ones on this side should be. Let's see. All my stuff is down here. So that's got a fair amount. Alright, how about these guys? Hard to say. I don't remember if I've taken anything out of these or not. But they all look to be around the same range. 2 to 3. Hello, Jeb Sheep. It's going pretty decently. It does mean, though, that I'm going to need to stockpile iron somehow. And from what I can see at my villager station, they're just wandering around the exterior and not going where I need them to. So what I might have to do is put a bunch of buttons all the way around it. What buttons would blend in with the sand? Birch, pale oak. Birch might be better. It'd be harder to tell it's there. Maybe intersperse it with stone so there's little rocks poking out of the sand. Maybe. Something to think about. Hell, it's taken me about a year just to put kelp down here and clear it out for fishing. It's a literal river. I always had other projects I was working on, like finishing the house, adding in these entry and exit points. Messing with the villagers for sure. And now it's become working in the belly of this cave. So I need better storage. I could just expand underneath the house I currently have. And I might still do that. Unfortunately, I don't think the redstone that I have in my Craftverse world is going to work for having a automatic sugarcane set up the same way on Java. Because I definitely don't think any of the redstone carries over. Certainly doesn't for sorting systems or trident killers. which is some BS. That should still work on all versions. Okay. There is a purpose to me sitting here doing this while on stream. Is to give the kelp a chance to fully mature, as well as waiting for my glass to smelt. The area must remain loaded in order for it to smelt, so. I could try and put some more of the walls in. There's something I could do. Alright, that should be long enough. Is that fixed my elytra? Oh yeah, we're good. Everything is all mended up. Check on these. Really? Is that all of it? That is all of it. That is the last of my sand collection. Oh no. Keep forgetting I need to use the crafting bench. I mean, it makes sense, it's just still silly. Gonna have to go collect some more. Hey, what I did grab was a lot. Can't complain on how far it got me. Alright. Shovel. Clock. Bed. Well, first off. If that was all it took to get through, I'm gonna say a lane and a half. Then I really shouldn't need more than the exact amount I already got. So we should be able to just do the same thing twice. Actually, I shouldn't need the fishing rod. I remember it was out this way. Where is the wooden pillar? Ow. I think I found it. Nope. Didn't find it. It's right there. Okay. Sleep. Thank you very much. Weird glitchy beds. Okay. Now, it's the only thing I should ever pick up is sand. Also, let me know if the audio sounds decent. So I fiddled with it prior to this week's Craftverse recordings. And I want to make sure it comes through well on stream. If I need to fiddle with it live, I can do that. Tried to make it a little bit cleaner so it didn't sound like I was on a Skype call or something. So I noticed, at least with the last Master Duel recording, you really couldn't hear us over the game audio, so I turned that down a bit. But for this game, it's a bit quiet, so I had to turn it up. Hey, Clay! Haven't seen you in a hot minute. I've been doing alright. Struggling with IBS, but, you know, it's daily struggle. Just finally able to get back in the streaming chair tonight, so I'm making the most of it. How you been? Struggle is real. Yes, indeed. I seem to remember the last time we spoke, you were mentioning something about surgery coming up. Been in school pretty much for a year straight. That will indeed keep you busy. Had second hip surgery not long ago. Yeah, it has been a minute since we last chatted, for sure. I also went through a move in that time. Between having to look for places and a work schedule and everything having to be what it was, I really didn't have the ability to stream too much. You even popped into the realm recently? Nice. It'll be a different world than it was the last time you were on, for sure. I had a bit of a mix-up, actually. See, funny story. The Switch only is allotted 2 gigabytes of storage for Minecraft per profile. I'm not picking any more sand up. Oh no. And the Realm wouldn't really let me download it anymore onto the device because it was a 1.3 gigabyte world. So I thought that meant, you know, by sizing requirements that I would have to start a new world. in order to play it because everything was getting glitchy. But I put the same add-ons that I had on the new one, and it was still doing it. So I took a look at some of the add-ons, and some of them were from Bedrock tweaks. So I'm like, all right, maybe it's just been updated, and I have to get a new set of resource packs. So I went to go look, and it turns out that page that I downloaded them from is still, even to this day, needing an update. They haven't gotten around to fully updating and releasing a new set of add-ons from it. So I went and deleted them, and the realm worked just fine. So I could always go back to the old original world, but we put so much effort into this one, Time Runner and I, that I kind of don't want to do that. Like, we have a Guardian farm this season. We have basically unlimited shulkers, and I don't want to have to make that farm again. The add-ons were messing with the save file. Basically, it's because when Minecraft updated, the add-ons from Bedrock tweaks never did. And we've been on this world for, was it 6 months now? 8 months? I'm just walking through invisible blocks at this point. Load! Inventory open, close. Okay, that's all it took. So the save file is good, it's just really large. The main motivation I would have if I was to go back to it would be to finish the Nether hub. And to finish a couple of builds that I had started that I never did finish. But it's also a creative thing for my character, so no achievements can be had there. And then it's not quite the same as playing with everyone because they're all just like, hey, can I get free items? So, yeah. It's actually been kind of relaxing and refreshing to not have creative mode. Become a banker with the free items. Yes, very much so. It's the equivalent of allowing miners onto your server or realm and saying, go play the game, and then they hover around you and are like, hey, can I have, like, food? Can I have armor? Can you build my house for me? Like, I invited you because you wanted to play, not have me do all the work. Like, no. Who raised you? Did they? Follow-up question. And more often than not, the answer is emphatically no. It's one of the main reasons I don't allow miners on my realm anymore. It's like, I don't mind showing somebody how to do something they don't know how to do and then watching them do it and feel confident with it. I have no problem with that. But if you only join for my watch time or to say, hey, I joined so-and-so and they did everything for me, no. Go pester somebody else. At least adults who play Minecraft pretty much know how to play the game and prefer to do it themselves. And most of the people that I do invite on don't like handouts, so to be fair, I don't find that out until I invite them and then they go, no, I don't want to do that. Just let me get it. Point me in a direction I can build and I'm good. Alright, cool. That works for me. And you know you're always welcome back, Clay. You don't have to worry about being removed from the realm or anything like that. I did the same thing with Happy, and he hasn't been on in forever. Probably won't even come back to it. Because Minecraft isn't really high on his priority list at the moment. But, yeah. He's always got an invitation to the realm as well. Like, once you're in the Awkward Kingdom, I either have to close the realm for financial reasons, or you have to do something really stupid to get removed. And we've had a couple people do that, but you've never given me a reason to ban you from it. Trust me, I tell you if you did. You would know. There's no guessing with me. Tis good to hear. But next time you pop on, there's a chest in the spawn area labeled take 1 for new people to join, or if you died and you need to get your stuff back. There's a shulker box with some gear in it. Also has food and other resources. So you don't gotta start with absolutely nothing. So we've been playing long enough. We have a bunch of extra resources. We can afford to spare that. I believe there's even a stack of shulker shells in there. At this point, I'm just making sure I have enough sand. So last time I thought I had plenty, and it only did like a third of the whole overall amount that I needed, so we're out here. Removing an entire beach. I didn't even know this beach was here, so obviously no one's gonna miss it. And if someone else misses this beach, we need to have a talk. Because I've been building around this area, so I need to know where their range is. The beach is dead. Yes. Death by shovel. There are worse ways to go as a beach. It could be blown up. Really hope these chunks don't get cleared. Reset back. Because I don't know how many of these chunks actually cover my build. Currently, probably none of them, but over the course of me building it, that may change. Have to figure out the full extent of my wool farm. Chunks. In Minecraft, we like them chunky. But in real life, maybe not so. I'd say hot take, but I'm literally dealing with snow, so probably a cold take. I want to know why when I'm breaking sand, I'm hearing the sound of like breaking a plank or a stem block. Server breaking block sounds are a little weird. It does the same thing with glass sometimes. Alright, how am I sitting now? About halfway through with this, and once I finish these off, I'm gonna say that's plenty. If I need any more glass than that, I need to take a break. Psst. The sand identifies as planks. I might as well. And it's snowing. Great, so all the snow I just removed is gonna come right back. You know, I've never been on a beach while it's snowing. Has anyone ever actually been on a beach while it's snowing? I know it's possible. It's obviously possible. Then again, it might just come down to the fact that I don't like beaches, personally. I lived in Florida for a while, and you either got flat, bland beach, or you got hurricanes. If there was any voluptuousness to your beach, you basically had to worry about death at every turn. Been at a beach while it's snowing, but not on the beach while it's snowing? That's fair. Heck, the last beach I was actually on looked very similar to what I left this one as, just without the snow. Yeah, Clearwater Beach does not have that much elevation to it. The most elevation is really just the rock formations. Last time I was there, a friend of mine was taking photos with me. We were doing an art project type thing. Because you could either do 2D art, or you could do photography, or like make a bust of something, and I was not about to mess with the kiln, so I was the photography guy for my final. And while we were out there taking photos, we stumbled across a weird rock formation that looked like something could live there. And we took a look, and all we saw was just a foot with a sandal. A flip-flop, specifically. It did not appear to be attached to anything. It was just there, in the rock formation on the beach, not moving. Like, okay, I'm pretty sure we saw a disembodied foot. We did not, in fact, take a picture of that. Sorry, authorities. We did not want the trauma. We just kind of went, well, that's not my problem. Sorry, dude. We were kids. Leave us alone. We didn't need to deal with murder. I plead the fifth. I may or may not have actually seen it. What color was the sandal? Sandal colored. Ah, so you did see it. No. All sandals are sandal colored. Drat, it's got us there. Well, that didn't work. Heard about disembodied feet washing up on shores all over the place. Dang bull sharks. Just finish your food. I like the kid in the candy store who's just chomping on everything possible and not actually finishing it. Like, come on, man. Why you gotta do that? Why do I have to see your leftovers? Well, you're right. It is indeed morning. Hello, Death. Did you pass out earlier than usual? Bull shark waits until nobody is around and carefully places it in that alcove. You know, I wouldn't be too surprised. Then again, they're not the most patient of creatures. Just woke up. I would assume that's why you said morning. Have either of you seen this area in the last few times I've streamed out of it? Because there've been quite a few developments. This is my little cave base. I have an elevator that goes up in two different levels. One still in the cave, one obviously out. That's how I got to the sand. And then I have the stairwell that leads out from the basement all the way down to this basically runway style path. That's going to come up this way, going to go out that direction and link up with that path that's over there. And I'm using the deep slate tile and amethyst combination. I really like that combination for a road, and I really wish that they allowed amethyst to be turned into stairs. That would be amazing, but I highly doubt it. It's a good thing I have at least 2 geodes to choose from for my materials. And I've been working on this, which is the same outline essentially as the build that I'm doing on Craftverse and the Awkward Kingdom. I've done this house like 8 times, basically. And it's different here because I'm building it from the bottom up instead of building it from the middle in both directions. I want dirt stairs, and I think it'll happen. It very well could. Honestly, I think that would happen before amethyst stairs. Because then they would have to do like a 2-toned sound for each of these little steps. Beep, 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 kind of thing. Instead of just one chime. They'd have to do a quick consecutive double chime every time you run up or flop down the stairs. Time Runner helped me come up with this pattern. Double chime, that's perfect for stairs. Yeah, but I imagine it would be hell to code in. I'm currently working on putting all of this level in, but I'm realizing way too late that if I wanted to make it similar enough to the original build design, I would have had to build this a little lower. It wouldn't be too tough to code, actually. Well, then they just don't want to do it. It's a lot of the response from Mojang. They just don't want to do it. And yes, I'm aware that it's Mojang, but until they listen to their fans, they don't get their preferences met. Okay, so that is one out of like an entire chest's worth plus of stacks. If one footstep is this chime, if 2-step is other chime. Fair enough. That does ring a bell, actually. No pun intended, I'm realizing as I say that out loud. So I did actually take some basic coding courses when I was trying to do college. I didn't actually finish my program because, yeah, coding? No. I hate coding. Coding gives me a migraine, and I had enough of those in Florida. I don't need more of them now. Have PTSD of sand gathering in Minecraft. Just imagine how the hermits feel with Doc. Everything you buy in his shops has to be sand. You could not be a hermit right now. Then again, that's not the most of their worries currently. Coding sucks for the math. Yeah. See, I'm good with Boolean logic. I'm not so good with complex coding. Like, I could probably handle HTML coding, but... Ugh. Binary can just go blank itself. I'll let you fill in the blank of what you want it to do, but it can go blank itself. And this is such a simple little banner. It doesn't quite look the same on a shield. Let's see if I can center my character properly. Right about there is good. Could probably do a if-else statement for loop and strings. Gets into lambda stuff, yeah, if that. Agreed. Agreed, sir. Now, which do you think looks better, the shield or the banner? Because I think the banner looks better. I think that's often the case with Minecraft shields. Team shield. Ah, you like the shield better. Not so much into the Eye of Cthulhu over there, huh? You like the Guardian aspect better? That's fair. That's kind of what I was going for with the flower charge, to make it look like a Guardian eye. And I think the shield does actually do that better. Okay, that is a much better start. Drop those back in there for now. Go back outside. Go for another sweeping dive. Actually, so I don't have to keep going back and forth with this, I'm gonna remove this. You're gonna land on the... what? Oh, on the wall block. That's fine. This can go very well or very not well. Might be able to reach this from up there, actually. Carefully break the ones beneath. Break you. Oh. Okay, that actually went better than it could have. You need to get off my aesthetics. Thank you. Okay. Now, where could I safely put sugarcane? What I might actually end up doing with it is making a massive string of hopper chests all the way from the surface. So I never need to worry about sugarcane. I don't know if Moz has a sugarcane farm. I know he sells gunpowder. Went AFK while some ads played, but yeah, I think the shield design does look better. That's fair. And I do appreciate you for letting the ads play out. It's one of the few ways that Twitch allows me to get revenue from it currently. But I did actually just get my official business license, so can start potentially working on getting a PayPal link made. Just didn't feel like dealing with it earlier, so something I'll look into. Happy to help. Thank you very much for that, brother. Okay, this is a much nicer view as well as an easier launch point. That's a good amount of red stained glass to do this part with. And I don't know if I'm going to always leave that wall structure there. I might extend it upwards or add in more texture to it. Did Lord of the Rings at all inspire this build? Not consciously, but entirely possible. To be honest, the original design I went with for this whole build structure was from another YouTuber. That thing being there is getting in the way. And then I just decided to merge the different concepts of builds that I've done over the years together, and it ended up working out pretty well. And I've done it in several iterations. I finally figured out how I want the top to be, and then I've been constantly tweaking the underside that isn't directly visible. But this, I'm having to build completely freehand from the bottom up. I've never done it this way. It's obviously going to look very different than the original design, which you can see if you pop in on the realm, because that's the base that I'm living in. Oh boy, I almost walked into that. But now that you mention it, I can actually see the Mordor reference. Okay, that is the third quadrant done. And now I just have this mess to deal with. If I popped in, would I spawn reasonably close to this? Yeah, you can walk to my base from there. You can pretty much walk to the shopping district even. The way I have the whole thing laid out. Trust me, there's a lot you will see when you follow the trails at spawn. This particular color palette and everything, no. This will not exist there. What I'm doing with the original build that I've been tweaking this whole time is trying to fit every single Minecraft block in the game in there to some degree. Like, I have the spruce from the majority of the skeletal structure of it. But for the most part, I'm rocking stone and deep slate for the actual wall separators. I don't really use these in the build that much. But I try to have a different roof structure to it on each level to some degree. Like, I incorporate end blocks, nether blocks. It'll make more sense when you see it. The build that's over here that I keep flying in and out of is very similar. This was the one that came from the other YouTuber I was talking about. This is basically verbatim his design. I've just tweaked a couple of things. Added in some flowers around the top. The one that I originally built in the Awkward Kingdom was essentially this, but with an extra tier to it. That was my experiment with it to see how it would do with a little bit of like community space. nobody was ever on to use it. And then eventually I outgrew the storage of it. So I needed a better storage setup. And that's why I came up with the basement build underneath it. But this particular house does not have it. Okay. I've only got that much in there. Ew. Like, in most of the iterations of the build, my lava is, like, right here. And I have a couple of different rooms set up. Like, for some reason, I can't do what I did in here on Bedrock. Which is, like, if I grab an empty bottle, you'll see collect, because this is a water source that's infinite underneath these. So technically I can do it from both of these. Just as many times as I want. It doesn't work the same when you have slabs on Bedrock. I've tried. It just doesn't want to cooperate. Which is annoying, because this is a nice, easy room to have as many potions as I want made. In fact, I have water-breathing potions in it right now. Wonder why. I was doing something with underwater, or I was going to, and I forget what that was. The thing that's gonna screw up me trying to replicate that in this build is this. But honestly, it's not that big of a difference. Truly. I could just wall this off completely and put a door here and call that the same thing. You can collect water when it's underneath stone. On Java, apparently. It's a slab. It's not an actual block. But yeah, it works. See if I can remove it without messing it up. See? It's a slab. This whole thing is just 6 slabs. And it's just an infinite water source. Do you have any build signatures that you do all around the Awkward Kingdom? That's a fair question. I was trying to develop that in creative mode on the previous season, but I don't think most of those carried over. Like, the main signature I do is my iron farm. And it doesn't work on Java, so it's hard for me to show that here. But I guess this is one of my signatures, kind of. I don't know if I got this from somebody, or if I just decided this looked good, but I started doing this in Trust Falls, actually. Pretty sure Time Runner remembers that. So there were so many of these pots in the desert village that I decided to mess around with them a little bit in the builds, and I thought it looked really good. Plus, that was when 120 was released, I think. Somewhere about there. So we just got the cherry. It's hard to believe I've been playing this long enough to see the birth of 2 different tree types. Initially, I really liked the concept of putting just one layer or one material for the entire roof, essentially. But I like what I do with the Awkward Kingdom better now. With the tunnel path you had that connected everything. Yeah, basically. I did that a lot throughout that, as well as on the actual connecting buildings. I'm more proud of this path, actually, because this took a bit more engineering work to get right. And the way I have it set, I can actually put torches underneath it, so I don't have to worry about having ugly non-wood blocks as lighting. And if I ever get tired of being up here, but I don't feel like walking all the way back down, I have this little path here. It's not as well done as the other paths. I haven't really messed much with it yet. I wanted to make sure it at least fit first. But I can just do this. And then I can end up going up there, which was initially going to be my other house. But I have decided to put it down here instead, so I have more potential to have it go up. Which means that whole section right there is going to have to be removed, because it's going to be in the way of production. I might raise that all the way up, to be honest. Or perhaps make it a dome? Just have a blackstone dome over the lava and just have one storage area in here? Honestly, I think that could work. But I don't know how I want to do that. Is the Awkward Kingdom expanded to a Pale Garden? Yeah, it's a Bedrock realm, and because of how Bedrock works, at least on the Nintendo Switch, I don't have a choice but to update. So when the owner of the realm updates, it automatically updates it. But now they've released an update where anybody who joins, once the Bedrock has issued an update, will automatically update the world. Maybe I'm explaining it in a less straightforward way. But essentially, it doesn't matter if it's me who logs in first. Once Bedrock sends an update, it's automatically updated. The first person to log in is going to update it for me. Nobody really has the option. It automatically allows you to go forward, but you cannot go backward like you can on Java, which is frustrating to some degree, because there are some glitches that I would have loved to be able to still do. Why are you odd now? So one of you run out. You've run out. You're not allowed to run out. That's rude. Built a resin farm soon after the realm updated. Yeah, it's effective, to say the least. It is indeed effective. This is fully redone. I don't want to use the lava that's in the cave, because I like how it flows, and if I use it, it doesn't flow properly. I would love to give you a tour of that. As soon as I get this done, I actually can do that. Is that 5? No, that was 4. go. Now we're cooking. We'll do that. Okay, let me grab these, let those cook, and I'll be back for more momentarily. One of the things I love about building in here is I'm so far underneath the surface that I never have to worry about phantoms. It does mean, though, that I need to be on my game about lighting things because other mobs. But the no phantoms, that can't be understated. Don't want things spawning on this and shooting me in the face, so. Phantoms are a bane on building above ground. Agreed. Oh no! I think I have a silk shovel now. Okay. Let's get this done. I just really want to see the floor in to see how it looks. And then I'll happily give you a tour of the Awkward Kingdom. No, it's funny, I got really good news today, and the only way I really wanted to celebrate is to play Minecraft. I can't blame you. It is a nice, joyous, fun game to play, as long as you're not being brutally murdered by the same mob 50,000 times. That'll quickly ruin your celebratory mood. Yeah, you're always welcome onto the Awkward Kingdom. Have some fun, explore. There's plenty of area that hasn't been built in. And if you find yourself in the iron farm, there is a map that expands quite a ways out that shows what is and isn't built. Or who is or isn't in a certain area. So let's do that. Not sure how much 48's gonna cover, but it's a start. Heck, going fishing for like, what, 10 minutes ended me with like 12 stacks. That's a pretty good deal. It's funny though, I spent so much time putting the Awkward Kingdom together to the state that it's at. And I know there's builds that need to be done there. But life's kind of gotten in the way, and then motivation got in the way. And then some builds not working out kind of got in the way. So I'm like, how do I freaking make this thing work? And now that I'm trying to make this an official business and not technically a hobby, I'm gonna have to find some time to actually get some things done. It's one really big creative puzzle. Yeah. Minecraft is indeed a puzzle game. That's one of the things I love about it. In all honesty, you can be as creative as you want. To a certain, limitation. You can only go to 320 currently as build height. I believe they said they were going to raise that again. Not sure if they're going to with the next big update or whatever, but you get to play with others when you want to and not with others when you want to. So you can be introverted or extroverted. You can just kind of chill. You can just sit and fish. You can do logging, building, adventuring. You never even have to actually sleep in a bed if you don't want to. It's kind of like what Pokemon should have been, you know, without all the hand-holdiness. They really don't give you a direction on what you're supposed to do. So if nobody told you how to beat Minecraft officially, you'd never actually know. You just keep wandering around, finding things and deciding, oh, this is a cool area, maybe I'll build here. Oh, this is a cool area, maybe I'll build here. Heck, the first month or so I was playing Minecraft, I never really progressed past iron. So I didn't know how to get diamond. Didn't know diamond was a thing. And that's when the first person that got banned off the realm joined. That's why I have stricter standards on how I invite people. But, yeah. Decided to use hacks to get as many diamonds as needed for a full set of armor for both himself and me. And was like, oh yay, see, now that I gave you full diamond, you can be my servant, my bodyguard, me. No. But the last straw for that guy was blowing up elves before he became Mr. Breadman. But yeah, the things I like about Minecraft is it's an infinite possibilities game, but it's also a detriment for my brain because my brain needs like a goal to be able to progress. Not like I need a set objective, but like I need to have a vision of what I'm doing with the world, what I'm trying to do with a given task. That's why a Nuzlocke is fun and enough structure that I can continue and finish it. Okay, I swear I just heard Minecraft music, and I swear I have music turned off. What the actual... See, music is off, and I am hallucinating Minecraft music. Like brand new, fresh spawn Minecraft music. Okay. Moving on. That is, though, the one thing I like and don't like about Minecraft, is the music is calming and relaxing, but the way they do their setup with the creators of the music is just bullshit. Every other game I've ever played, period, bar none, no exceptions, just Minecraft, is like, oh sure, you're playing our game, you can listen to the music and play the game on stream, and we're not going to DMCA you. But no, Minecraft is a different beast. Like, it's built into the game. Doesn't matter. I pay for the server. It doesn't matter. We didn't give you permission to make money off of our music. You made money off of it being in the game. Shut up. Nope. DMCA. Which is why I am not allowed to have the music playing when I have VOD saved, which is what's doing right now, because they muted my audio one too many times. And then they turned my VODs off themselves. Rude? So I either get to make shorts or not make shorts. If I don't make shorts, then I can have the music. But if I want the ability to make shorts, I have to have the VOD save. And yeah. No Minecraft music. So it's gotten to the point where, like, out of protest, I don't even want to listen to the Minecraft music because it gives them Like, ha, you do like my music, you're listening to it. Yeah, but you little bitches don't let me actually play with it on, so no. It's like if you're gonna create a soundtrack for a game, expect it to be played on a stream. Don't use that as a way of dinging somebody just for funsies. Oh, come on, I'm so close. 4. So, okay, so 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 20. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So 23 and 40, 63. I don't even need a full stack if I do this right. And then I'll be done, and we can take a break from here, and I can give you a tour of the Awkward Kingdom. Ow. How are my wings doing, by the way? I don't have unbreaking on this. It'll be fine. So we're gonna go fishing for a minute. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 8. Okay. I did not give you permission to go back into the full stack. No, thank you. Bye-bye. You there. Alright, so we're gonna let that do its thing. I'm gonna go fishing. And hopefully not hallucinate Minecraft music. Yeah, I know the chunk is still loading, but I can see the bubble column that I apparently never removed. Hello? Why do I see a zombie in there? Huh. Can I just fish from here then? Okay. I broke the game. Um, I, I broke the game. I don't know how I did it. Part of my bridge loads, the other part doesn't. You go from, this is peaceful, serene, to, what the hell just happened to the world? J Jumping is doing nothing. I don't know what happened. Alright, well, I guess we're not fishing. Okay. Well, I'm fishing for a door, apparently. Get. Let me gain entry into my own build. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Golem. Something's amiss here. Gates won't open. That gate opens. Okay. Okay. Just give me the last 2 for the stack. Come on. One more. Thank you. Alright, we're gonna take the long way, because I don't feel like it's safe to fly. Not over lava. Not with that. I don't know what's up with that. Is Moz coming to visit me? Because I know he had a lot of lag when he was on stream last night. Or not last night, the night before. Last night was Monday. He didn't stream last night. Maybe I'm just forgetting my days. I don't know, I'm hallucinating, I'm forgetting what day was what. My game is broken. I'm walking over absolutely nothing. I'm just watching the hitboxes. Oh. Where's the silt pick? Or shovel? I'm gonna see if this worked. Okay, I got it. Is there a hole anywhere? Yep, right there. Nope. Here. Extra one. Okay, well, this is trippy, and I don't know what to do. So I'm gonna have to log out and log back in, but I'm gonna do it inside. I know this floor exists. Yes, by all means, join the laggy server. Thank you, Nightbot. Appreciate that. Good timing. Okay. Yeah, connect to Nintendo Switch Online, thank you. Which server is active? Oh, come on. One of you. Oh, it's you. Well, if I can't open my inventory, it won't work. The last time I tried to use Lifeboat, I couldn't even open my inventory. Like, I could interact with things, but I couldn't see my inventory. The button wouldn't action. So, I had to leave and go into Mineville, and Mineville's been fine, but apparently it's not. Because Bedrock, on the console, at least, on Switch, still doesn't let you directly keep the server list in your server menu. You have to go into it, a server with the right DNS settings changed, and then it'll give you the full server list of all the things that you're hooked up to. Proof that Nintendo Switch was not made for Minecraft. And that Mojang isn't trying to make it made for Minecraft. Let's see if my floor is there or if it's still in my inventory. Oh, no, it's there. I did miss a block, though. Bink. Nintendo needs a creative survival type game. Agreed. Okay. All the flooring is in. Now the main can get back to building it, because it's got all the remaining blocks. Tears almost got it. True. I hate those hands, though. Okay, we're going to be right here on the middle block. And I'm going to log out of this. I will bid Moz adieu. But not on here because this is too slow. Heading off. Enjoy your stream, Moz. Alright, I verified the floor is in. That was the whole goal. Okay. Do, 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 do. Live tour. The Awkward Kingdom. Bedrock realm. Okay. So now we're going to go on to the Awkward Kingdom. Where we actually have add-ons. Including soundscapes, which gives us more than just the deafening silence and hallucinating Minecraft music. Okay. Now you'll see days played is like 4,223. I have this little XP bank, and Time Runner and I have been adding to it and letting the interest rack up. So it's at 9 million plus experience. So if you come up to one of these and just left click it, you will just watch your experience rise, and left click it again to stop. But if you right click it, all your experience goes in. Don't worry if it catches fire. If you have fire aspect, it's not going to burn. So where are you, Clay? Okay, first I should sleep, actually, because I can. Yes, the setting's stuck. Good. Near a honeycomb dome. Okay, so you followed the path all the way to the industrial district. That is good. Yep, I see your gamer tag. Okay. Hello. Your skin didn't render in for me, but I guess my account's being a little iffy. Alright. So, did you grab yourself a shulker box out of the spawn thing? Because we can go grab you one real quick. Alright. Come with me. This'll be faster. So I know you don't have the speed boots that I have right now. But look how fast these things make you go. Whee! Now, normally, that speed would drain the crap out of your stamina, but with the sword that's in my hand right now, I have beacon effects, so it counteracts the draining. So essentially I can just run that fast forever. We're gonna come through here. Hey, Time Runner popped on. And you're gonna stand right here next to me, because we're going to warp to the portal hub. which is the closest thing to spawn. And whoever's close enough to it gets zapped in with whoever makes the selection. So that's a nice little handy buff. So if you have a private one that you don't want to make public, you can just access it while someone's near it, and they'll go with you to your private portal. And it can stay privately set, so they can use it to leave, but they can't use it to get back to that one. The one in the portal hub right there is actually public, so everyone can access it. But take a look at this beast. This has all of the spark portals in it. There's 16 colors of dye, so there's 16 colors of portal. And if you make a portal that matches that color and light it, only that color of portal will link to that color of portal. So like, there's one of each one up there, so if you build like a white one, only the white one will have that particular access point. And each one can have up to 10 on their list. That's a wild time runner. I'm gonna give you this. I want you to see what it does for you. Yep. Yeah, I know there's a communication error. Thank you. You see all those effects on your screen? Yeah. It gives you quite the buff. Now this right here was the original spawn village, but I have taken it on as my village, essentially. If you want the thing that has your gear in it, you'll have to follow me. We're gonna follow this path all the way back to where you initially spawned in. Now, when you first joined, were you on the platform or were you next to the build somewhere? Yeah, I would rather you not break these leaves. You want to break a leaf, there's plenty on the trees. I actually have a full VOD up on my YouTube channel about me putting this path together. I don't believe I had add-ons at the time. I could have. But it's this chest right here. So when you first join onto the world, or like if you die and lose all of your gear, you'll just be able to grab one of these, and you'll have a full set of armor, a bunch of different ores. There should be some bread in there, I believe. Go ahead and grab one, if you haven't already. I didn't actually check and see if you had. There you go. Yep. You can put whatever you want on the bow. It's got the 9 different netherite upgrades, one for each of the pieces of diamond gear that was in the chest. And it has all the materials you need to actually make 32 chests, or shulker boxes, I mean, and a bunch of netherite ingots. So you're all set to start roaming around and finding your place, but the map I was talking about is back where we essentially met up the first time. Hey, no problem. I couldn't offer this much good stuff when you joined the last season, because I just didn't have the spare gear. But yeah, we went a little ham with certain add-ons, so there's plenty. Yeah, follow me. You've obviously seen this part of the spawn path. But if you want a public fishing spot, there's one over here as well. You can see the pink over there. You can get to it from this path, or you can get to it from the one that goes straight back from the other one. Either way, you'll end up here. It's a community fishing spot. I haven't actually labeled everything yet, but essentially stackables. You'll have one set for fish, one set for rotten flesh, stuff like that. And you can, the better one to fish off of is right here, but you can fish off of any side you want. It doesn't really matter. But if you follow me back towards my village, you'll get a nice view of the portal hub side view. It's not fully rendered in for me, but hopefully you have a better render distance. This path is one of the first paths I've actually made freehand. I think it came out pretty decent. I'm not too big a fan of this bridge, though. But it has history, so it can stay. Aw. Thank you. If you want a free-to-use enchanting room, there's this little build right here. There's also an ender chest up there if you want to store your stuff or grab stuff out, an anvil, an extra workstation. There appears to be some junk in this box. Don't worry about that box. I would rather not, because the golems might spawn in there. Yeah, if you come over here, you can see them through the windows. I have 80 villagers. There's 4 rooms, 20 in each. And underneath, I have a wool farm. Just trying to hit the button. There you go. Once you're in, you're pretty much in. These doors aren't iron, so you can easily open them without a button. Perfectly humane conditions, of course. Oh yes, of course. I love my singular edition of a wool farm. And in order to access the storage, we just come down here. And I can grab whatever wool I need out of any of these. This is just a starter one, just to help get me started with essentially little builds. And then out here was where my original house was. I have since demolished it, and I plan on putting a fountain right here. This is how I got all of my resources. So I can flick this lever, stand back here, and you might think that's just one armor stand, but if I remember correctly, it's at least 6 stacked on top of each other. And if you use a certain item, you can spawn infinite amount of ores just by shooting it. And no, I do not mean a bow. I don't believe I have one on my person right now, but there is an ender chest down below. I can grab one. Let's see, where did I put it? Is it in this on my person? It could be in this on my person, actually. It is. Hello. Yeah, we basically have guns. They're blasters, and they're not really as effective as a bow at doing combat, but it's not... This one's not really made for combat. I want you to see something. Just stand behind me for a second. It's a bit absurd. It does lag a little bit if you do it for too long. Just trying to shove things into these hoppers for now because I have a sorting set up underneath here. It'll automatically arrange things where I need them to. And to access that, I come down here and everything is labeled. I was lagging without the blaster. Of course I was. Now these are all of the different items you can get from using this. And this is more than just on armor stands. You can shoot any mob in the game and it will generate ores, essentially. Now there's a bunch of different types of blasters. There's also a bunch of different types of new combination ores. Some of them make you have different abilities, like being immune to fire. Some of them catch things on fire if they make contact with you. This one generates ores, one generates experience when it kills something, which is kind of redundant because when you kill something, it drops experience. And one of them essentially turns you into a warden. It gives you the Sonic Shriek, which is pretty cool. There's also a bunch of different swords from combine items. That's how you get this one, which is just a golden sword and a totem. Fuse them together and you'll never need to worry about fall damage. I went up in the air 1,000 blocks, fell down straight while holding this, and not a single heart of damage. Not one. Just from holding the sword. And that's unenchanted, by the way. The enchantments on the sword are just regular sword enchantments. They don't really do anything for its effect. But it is very, very useful. Now, if you want to come this way, this was initially leading to my basement. I have since basically emptied it out. Yep, feel free to have a look around. That was where I had my end portal initially. Then we want to come to here. And this is the original mine. Now, down there is access to a trial chamber, but there's also access to one from the industrial district, because of course there is. It's a village. Apparently every village has one. There's also lava, nether wart, a potion room. Well, I think I've just demolished the potion room. But essentially this has become my trademark. It's just organizing my basements like this. But if I come down here, this just leads to another entry point. Okay, so you're gonna have to follow me for a minute. Potion seller, I need your strongest potions. This sword is essentially my strongest potion. Alright. I built a 0-tick kelp farm. I only make splash potions of harming, essentially. This is one of those redstone machines where if you leave the area, it will break. Guaranteed. So you have to turn it off before you leave. But if you want a demonstration... For those who said zero tick was no longer an option on Bedrock, there you go. And only one of them broke. That's not bad. Sometimes a couple of them break if I've logged off for too long. But these right here, being the way they are, rapidly fill this. It's got 3 different hoppers leading into it, so it's triple the speed. And if you come down here, I've also got it funneling into sugarcane on one side and bamboo on the other. While it's running, those pistons are also running. And it's breaking some bamboo in that side, sugarcane over here. This is just for kelp, honestly. I haven't decided if I want to use the kelp for anything. It doesn't really do anything until it's smelted, but I'm not hooking up an auto crafter or another smelting system in here because it's just too much redstone in one space for my Switch to handle. And we are going to... yeah, add time. Just kelp. You made it. Yeah, that entry and exit is not very kind, so I understand. But this I actually made to be AFKable. It's a trident killer in there. You just cut this on. It kills all of them. You just crouch and come right here, and as long as I'm online and I'm the one that flicked it, you'll be able to get experience. I have found though that if I flick it and then log off, as long as you stay here and don't turn it off, you can still get experience. Which is interesting. I have my alts do that occasionally. And this automatically funnels all of the items down here. I've got this little passageway that leads into a funnel system that shoots it up the bubble column and into the sorting array that goes all the way across here, bypasses these two, comes up this way, over here, and then finally loops to this one. And then all of these are just miscellaneous. And then it funnels into that lava column, thus burning any extras if there's too much. So it'll never break the system or lag too much. I built an actual better one on my Craftverse series if you want to check out those episodes. Shameless plug. Because this design is just for the mob grinder aspect of it. The one I built on Craftverse also has a wool farm embedded into it. I didn't need that here because I already had my wool farm over there. I also have a massive quad wool farm in the industrial district, which I'll be happy to show you here in a minute. Started replacing the copper with resin for your secondary opinion on it. Ooh. All right. So, I'll give you a brief tour of the house. I say brief because you can very, very easily get lost in it. See, this is what I meant, though, by trying to incorporate every block, because I have birch, spruce. If you look up, I've also got dark oak and bamboo. And then for the railings on the sides that have food, I have the cherry logs. Over here, I've incorporated a mixture of mossy cobble with the moss carpets, diorite, pale oak. I think this actually is a nice combination because it's like the paint is dripping down the wood onto the cobblestone, which is also affected by the moss. And you can see some particles of white in the mossy cobble, so it looks like it's got some of the paint left on it as well. So I really like that combination. Not so much what it leads into up here, but I haven't found a better substitute yet. But I've also incorporated the acacia logs with the jungle, which I think is a nice earthy tone to it. I've got one side for every of the main 4 food groups to plant for villagers. And I find that these sea lanterns are a lot better at lighting up than lanterns. Underneath each of these sea lanterns is the water that fuels all of this. So it's a multi-purpose light and water source. Haha, ha. And I thought I was the pun master. I see. So we want to actually come this way because that last quarter is the back of the house, so there isn't a door there. There's a door on 3 sides. Now, it's very, very chest heavy, so just don't judge me. If we come down here, it looks very similar to the other layout, but I've decided to add in some extra plants down here, and I started adding these on the sides. Technically speaking, these should be 1 block over, and these stairs in the corner should be removed. And then I should have a plant right next to it. But I've been tweaking this design via Craftverse and other worlds for a while, so mild changes to every design, and I haven't gotten around to copying them to everything yet. Now, each of these, as labeled, is a different type of setting you can do in any tele-lantern that you find in a new village. They will always spawn with a very specific shape and always spawn with the same basic settings. The colors will really be the only thing different, and it'll just say tele-lantern number. Like insert number here. And it'll always be the next consecutive one after what was already found or placed. I've tried to clean up the listings a little bit. That's why there's different settings for different things. Villagers, biomes. Over here I've got one that doesn't have a set yet. But I'll figure out what I want to put on them. There might be farms later on, I don't know. But if we come back here, you'll see I've failed to enter my own door. Started to sort things. And this is empty for a very particular reason, because I've found that you can, in fact, with a very specific pickaxe, take the budding amethyst from its spawn location if you do it correctly. Silk Touch normally still breaks the budding amethyst, but if you have one of these, which is called a multi-block pickaxe. Did I pick that up? Yeah. This is a multi-block pickaxe, breaks a 3x3 area. You can enchant it with fortune or silk, and if you enchant it with silk, and you break like this, all of them come off. So say the one on this side right here was the budding amethyst. If I break this one in the center, it's also going to pop the budding amethyst off as a block and not break it. So you'll be able to pick it up. So that is a trope I've recently discovered. But I like to organize my areas in various different fashions. This is not the final product. But essentially, this is a final product where I have like the display of the block that's in there. And then if there's any variations to that block, it'll be underneath. Like if there's a button or if there's a carpet for like, moss specifically, that's very helpful. But enough of the storage portions. I have more to show you. You might notice as you walk around that you hear lava dripping. It's only on one side though, for a very specific reason. This is what's different from the old design that I showed you before. Elevator down into Nether zone. So I'm sorting them by dimension as best I can, and if there's not enough blocks in a given dimension, then obviously I have to fill it with something else, so I'm putting farms in these areas. Yeah, it's very door heavy on the first couple of levels, but on the next one, there's no doors. Back around here, I have my smelting set up for regular blocks over here, and on the other side is the ore blocks. And then this is 35 different lava sources that constantly refill really fast. And if I need to store buckets, I just have storage for buckets. Easy to grab, easy to use. If we go all the way around either side, you'll find yet another elevator. And this one takes you to the end zone. Don't worry, there's not multiple different tiers. It's just literally these three. I've been trying to figure out the best way to make this look, and honestly, this is not the best. I have a much better setup that offers a lot more storage. This is just kind of busy, and I don't really like it. As I said, I've been tinkering with it. But essentially, this is the same across multiple iterations. So if you're in the water around 96 block radius, you're pretty much good. Although, if you're wearing the hat that I currently have, the fish hat, you can't drown anyway. The leggings are lava leggings. You'll never burn or get melted by lava. Never take damage. And because of the setting I have for the add-ons, what I'm wearing right now, aside from the elytra, will never take durability damage. So I never have to worry about them breaking while I'm holding, like, this sword. If I get knocked into the water while I'm AFK, I don't care. I'll never drown. They can't kill me by damage. I'll just sit there being annoyed by the ticking sounds of taking damage. But I'm perfectly fine. Full health. No damage to my durability, no damage to my stamina, nothing. So it's a very, very useful combination. Now, if you want to jump into the end, I have an end portal. I'm not saying you should. I don't even know if you have a bed set. You'd probably just end back at spawn. But it's really not that far away from here anyway. It's up to you if you want to chance it. But yeah, essentially I've been... This has become my trademark, pretty much, is trying to figure out the best way to showcase all of this and have as much possible storage for every block in Minecraft. So I never have to leave my base to find new materials unless I run out. But we're going to go ahead and go for a little bit of a walk. I have other things to show you than just my humble abode. Then we go up the central elevator. Oh, I did not actually go up. Okay. That doesn't usually happen. Right, now come with me up the stairs. You should still be fine from joining. You shouldn't have phantoms, and even if you do, I'll take care of them. This is one of the benefits. You'll see you get the effects of the conduit active out here in the rain. If we want to come down this path that you've already traversed once. Why is there a skelly here? Some of my torches didn't stay, apparently. Yeah, I'm not too proud of this path. I'll have to redo it. Oh. I don't know if I left you arrows. You can have those if you want. Also, this is something that I specifically prefer to do, is have, like the first tier of the arm of these trees have a lantern on it. Either at the end or somewhere in the middle. It just lights up better and it looks good to me. I'm gonna have to get you a pair of these boots. It's literally just diamond boots and a feather. That's all it is. Before I log off for the day, I'm gonna make sure you're set. So first thing I'm gonna do is show you the map room, and you can say what kind of area looks good for you to build. This is also leading over to Time Runner's area, so it's convenient because he wants to show me something. Yeah, while I was moving this whole wall over one block, I had to remove the slabs, and these foxes spawned up here, and just because they were holding one of the blocks that I broke, they'll never despawn unless they die. So, you know, we just have foxes on our path that don't seem to want to leave. What is up with this? Okay. Visual glitch, it's there. Yes, it's a nice little fox path. I wish we could tame them, but the best we can do is, like, feed them and name them. Now, you already saw the giant honey farm from the outside. And the honeycomb on the top was actually Time Runner's build. I built the redstone portions inside, and he built that as a cap for it, so you could tell what it was. Now, over here might just look like a path between bridges. But if you look over there, you'll see a couple of different buildings. Each one made out of a different type of wood, because each one houses a different type of storage. You've got one for spruce, one for dark oak, and one for jungle. I don't yet have one for the pale oak, but that can be adjusted later. You'll get a better view of them from the corner and this other path. And this way leads into the 64 cactus farm. I literally took an entire stack of cactus and made a farm for each one. Stacked them on top of each other so it's multiple tiers. And they all funnel into the same storage. I think I carpeted this, so it should be fine. I think that beehive was the first official build other than the start of my house. You know what? I think you're right. I think it was. So we're actually going to come over this way to the opposite end. And this leads directly into the industrial center. Also has a path that leads into the wool farm. Now I purposely designed it to make it look like a barn, but inside is kind of technical. Every single color has 4 storage units for it. And this is 3 double chests, 3 hoppers, and a hopper minecart that lead into these storage areas. So they're going to be very long time before we have to worry about them being completely full and having major lag. Does my Switch ever crash from Minecraft? Oddly enough, not from this, but there was one build that did crash my Switch. I tried building a very, very technically sound and expensive build for a fish farm, so I could get bones and fish. There was so much railway underneath it, and so many particles on top, I couldn't move. I was in the farm somehow when the last bucket was placed, and I watched as it slowed down the expansion of the water, and I'm like, oh no, this is not gonna end well. And mind you, this is before I had this add-on of the lava leggings. So I was taking damage, same as the fish. And while you're in water, you can't crouch unless you're holding the button. And because it wouldn't register my inputs, I almost died. I had to log out and have my alt come on and completely cover the entire waterway. It got so bad that Time Runner actually agreed to help me demolish it. It doesn't exist anymore, thankfully, so no more risk of me crashing randomly. But if you want a nice view from in here, you can come to either side, and you get a nice little lookout point. Don't mind that ugly brown tree made of question marks. That's from an old add-on that got removed. It's just one punch without any tools will break it. But you'll see there's an awning right here, so technically you're covered. Phantoms should not see you. Most of those are slabs, but there are some blocks. We also have a window into the top part, which I will show you how to get into now. You come up here into the center. And if you want to get any type of experience really fast, come on over here to this. This will repair your gear. And you will see anyone standing near it gaining experience. But if you come over to this one, only the person accessing it will gain experience. See, I'm shooting up to like 19, 20, 23, 25. And it will keep going for as long as there is experience in it. With as high as it is, I've had my account logged in literally 12 hours straight, and it hadn't gone 6 million below where it sits now. It took 3 accounts, all holding one of these on, to drain it in time. But we also did a test, and the limit that these things can hold, was it 20 or 200 million? I forget which. It's one of the two. But you never have to worry about it over integering, going over a certain percentage and screwing everything up. You just like setting things on fire, don't you, Mr. Fire Sword? But yeah, every time I empty the wool farm, I empty them into this section, which is color-coded pretty similarly to how things are laid out. Oh, it's 2 billion. Right. Currently, there's about 8 full shulker boxes of each color. Somehow I'm level 1 again. Well, feel free to go grab as many experience points as you want. If you right-click it, it will automatically deposit all of your experience. If you left-click it, it'll access and close transactions. So, like, I have no levels right now. I left-click it to start, and then if I right-click it, it stops it, and then right-click it again. Well, this one just dispenses anyway. This is the one that you actually deposited in. So if you came over here by accident, your stuff probably got dropped over here. So if you right-click that one, all of your experience goes in. Either one, left-clicking, will withdraw. Yeah. Sometimes I forget only one is actually a Wait, why was I gaining experience? I didn't click it. Anyway, I don't know. It's weird. I guess if you're too close to it, everyone nearby will deposit it if someone deposits, because I saw myself go up to 23 and now I'm back at flat 0. That's interesting testing. We thought we knew everything there was to know about this add-on, but apparently we're still learning. But yeah, you can come up here, chill in front of the little fires, just hang out. No, 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 no. It's opposite. He's trying to throw me off more than I already am. Yeah, this is the design of the wool farm that I came up with. If you want to actually see the sheep to make sure that they are being sheared, you can come down this path and you can see all the different sheep. Like I said before, there is 4 of every color. And they are separated into their own pods. Oh yeah, I would never hurt these sheep. It only took like 1,000 punches to get them in initially, but you know, death by 1,000 punches. And then you want to go down the longer path to walk out. Otherwise, you can go to one of these lanterns here. And what you want to note when you open one of these up by left click is when it says owned by, if it's anyone else, you don't have control over that lantern. So they can set it to private and then you'll not be able to access it from another menu. Or if it's public, you're perfectly fine. Everyone on the world can access it. This one is public, owned by my main account, so I cannot alter settings on my alt. It is in the lantern group Lamplight, and that is an important note. Because currently Lamplight is the base setting that all lanterns will spawn on. I have villages set to something else and biome set to something else. And at the portal hub, you can access each of the different variations that I currently have set. They are also labeled by signs, so you don't have to worry about not knowing what's what. I'm gonna show you to the Guardian farm, and then we'll take a look at the Iron farm. So just stand by it, and we're gonna head over. Okay. I'm not sure whose phantom that is, but he's stuck there now. So I hope he likes his stay. Now, this one, it's just run by one lever. Just one, right over here in the corner. Now, if you set that on and then go down there, they won't spawn as well. But if you stay up here, they'll spawn just fine. Don't have to worry about the lasers because they will never be able to hit you. But do me one favor, because this was a real pain to get all the tridents in. Don't leave without turning it off. I understand if you get DC'd for whatever reason, but yeah. Just try to remember to shut this particular one off before you leave. This is one of the ones I AFK at overnight on my alt. If you want any of the storage, I don't care what you take from down here. There's fish for days whenever it runs. These will fill up moderately quickly. These overnight are usually full all the way to the top chest on the first row, so I can pretty much AFK for like 3 nights straight before it's totally full up. The fish might be a problem, but the rest of them are pretty much good to go for 3 nights of, you know, AFK. I could potentially resort it so these are only 3, and this gets moved over 1, and then there's 2 fish on each, and then it would definitely be safe for 2 nights. But right now I'd only want to AFK it for 1 night just because of the damn fish. If you go back to my house at any point... Oh yeah. It's... Hold on. It's like 25 seconds. We'll be alright. We'll wait here a minute. I should probably sleep anyway. It gives me a chance to have a drink. Perfect opportunity to lube up the old vocal cords. But, yeah. If you go back to my house at any point and find the box that has all of my food in it, you'll see a mass of fish. There's so many shulker boxes just of raw cod, it's not even funny. It's absurd. So I've AFK'd this so many times. Now this is one of the safest places on the world that you can spawn back in, so if you want to, until you fully build your own place, set your spawn here, that's perfectly fine. It's up to you if you want to do that. You can also do it in the iron farm or wool farm, I believe there's a bed there. Which we're actually going to go straight to the iron farm now. Because it's time to show you the map wall. Oh, well, I'm being blinded by technicolors. Gotta jump. If you get stuck in there, you just gotta jump. It'll push you out. There you go. Yeah, sometimes it does that. Sometimes it doesn't. I'm not quite sure why. But the longer this area is loaded in, the more iron we end up with. So it's very helpful. Now we're gonna go up this ladder and quickly click this button. Well, and then jump, and we're out. And this is the entire mapped area of our known world. You are here. Everything off to the left of that is Time Runner's area. And then everything northeast up here is my area. Now, if you want a better look at my area on this map, you'll come up over here. There's a ladder that leads up to the little scaffolding above you. I would recommend crouching while you're up here so you don't fall off by accident. I've done that leaning forward trying to get a better look at something. That actually needs to be updated. But I'll update it once it's done because it's a pain to come back and forth and update. But yeah, where you spawn is up here in the very north. You can see the portal hub is quite a large circular build up there, leading down into my village, and the expansive path that leads down to the industrial district. I almost did it again. I always like to call it the shopping district, but there's no shopping. Everything in the industrial district is free. Currently, the only thing past my area that's built is the raid farm. So if you want a totem, you can get one there easily. Then just make yourself a gold sword, fuse the two together, and you'll never take damage again. As long as it's in your hand. It doesn't do anything if it's just in your hotbar. It has to actually be in your hand. So if you want to build somewhere down here in the swamp area, or somewhere over here beyond Time Runner, or even further south, that is entirely up to you. There's also stuff further north that no one's touched. So it's up to you on where you're thinking you want to live. Well, I'm not calling you a donkey. North sounds fun. Alrighty. Let me see the ender chest. There's actually a much easier way to get out of here if you wanted to. Use these. There's no current pressure plate or button set up, just because, you know, mobs. I don't want a creeper walking on a pressure plate and coming in here and blowing up the lava. That would be a very big mess. So it's just, you gotta remember to close it behind you kind of scenario. But as I said, everything down here is free, so if you want to grab lava to set up your own lava source, or just come by here and use the lava farm, you're more than welcome to do that. I also have a dripstone farm here that's very passive and very slow. Very, very slow. I have 2 snow farms right here. Yes, we have to go see the resin farm. You do have a warp to that, right, Time Runner? Ah! Got stuck. Okay, I promise I'm not stupid, it just doesn't like speed boots. There we go. Where did he go? Resin farm. Assuming that's where y'all went off to. Yep. Dude. How long did you AFK this? Oh, well. Apparently, if you're next to that and you open a chest, it counts. Wait a minute. Hold on. I have a solution. Uh... I picked that back up, yes. Alright. Watch this. Yeah, this can potentially crash my Switch. Like, there's so much lag of them sliding into there. Might want to move. Oh yeah, the potion. It's like watching a Doppler radar. Watching the pings on a tornado. Like, oh my god, we're all screwed. Yeah, for those of you watching on Twitch, no, this is not the lag from me to Twitch. This is just lag in the game. It's just in-game lag. This is why you needed to build a spider farm. You know, most people wouldn't connect those two things aside from the eyes. Ugh. They're very crunchy. And then there's that dude who apparently escaped. Alright, we're gonna make it daytime. Enough of this. Oh, that's like a 90s PC game sound. Like the old Skyrim. Frickin' Oblivion or something like that. Okay, so you actually want to come with me for a minute. We're gonna go to the raid farm. The one thing that doesn't really have a path to and from. So you could just use the portal. There, the warp right here. Anytime you need to leave, it's set to public, so anyone can use it to get here and out. But the storage will all be over here. There's some potions in it. There's some spider eyes, actually, for some reason. It's like 29 in here. Yeah, Time Runner, if you need any spider eyes, you can take them from here, too. I tried to sort some of the stuff, and you'll see there's a list of signs right here. Restored equipment, enchanted books, totems of undying, and restored armor. So there's actually a few totems in there. You really only need the one, and then you need to make a golden sword. Ah man, I got a stack of these. I don't need bread, but thank you. And by the way, these are most ridiculously easy thing to make out of this add-on. You just need an apple and a diamond. And then you're basically impervious to damage for 5 minutes. Even without the sword. So yeah. Like if you need any of these books, feel free to grab them. I would recommend the feather falling one. Let me toss that over there. This was one of the first farms that I built on this world. It definitely helped me get the enchantment levels I needed. I didn't realize how vital it was going to be until I got the totem sword. me see if I have any actual gold here. Gold carrot, gunpowder, book. I don't appear to have any gold. Of all the random stuff you catch me doing. These guys don't ever drop golden items, which sucks. Oh, yeah. Let me show you how this farm works, actually. You can drink one of these potions, and then you'll come up this vine all the way up to the top. Where are you at? Oh, you're behind me. Okay. Couldn't see. I was focusing on Time Runner flitting around like a dragonfly. Like, what the heck is he doing? Now, the storage setup is the first thing you'll see. The potion bottles might be actually useful. Banners could be interesting. And there is one for money. Although once you get that specific blaster, you'll never need to worry about that for money ever again. Oop, where am I going? Apparently, I need to break some of these vines. They're being ridiculous. Okay. Maybe I should put a string there so they can't do that. But essentially, you'll have to be on this level when you drink the potion, and then you'll get the effect, and immediately turn that on. So the second you see the effect kick off, that's when you hit the thing. And yeah, occasional creeper will spawn in there. He'll see you, but he can't blow up. You should get the effect, and then it'll turn into Raid Omen, and then you leave it running. Yep. Immediately turn that on. And then all you have to do is just like sit here. You'll get experience, you'll be safe because there's a solid block above you. And then as soon as the raid ends, you can shut it off. Once you get the effect of a hero of the village, you're free to leave. You just make sure you turn it off first. Yeah. Just chill right there for a bit, and you might want to turn your volume down. It's going to get a little loud. Yeah. Sorry about your ears. I tried to cut that down before it went to full. Yeah, it's going to be a bit noisy right now. Sorry, everyone. Not trying to deafen my audience, I swear. You know, I never tried to spell that out, but yeah, that's pretty accurate. Berert. Have a ton of spare tridents if they disappear. We also do have a trident bartering farm, but it is good that you have extras ready to go. Are these enchanted ones or just regular ones? I was an English major, what can I say? Fair enough. You know, I was raised by a publisher, so I kind of got a little bit of that. I didn't really need to go to school for my English major. I just had to talk. That was enough. They're just regular tridents. That's good to know. I don't want to put enchanted ones unless it's an obvious gift. Unless I enchant it myself. I don't know if the ones I put in there are enchanted or not, to be honest. I believe the ones in the Guardian farm might be, but I don't know about these ones. Because the Guardian farm just needed to be more rapid. These are the worst raiders ever. Don't worry, they'll get more annoying. Sometimes it goes 5 or 6, even 7 rounds. Remember, there are different levels of the omen bottles. There's 1 through 5, and 5 gives you more rounds as well as more difficult rounds. Dude, can you stop going in a carousel? Thank you. He finally died. It's like, I don't want the magic hands guy going in a circle. I want him dead. And hero of the village. Which means you can now turn that off. Now, don't worry. Once you've finished the raid, you don't have to worry about another one starting, even if you still kind of have an effect. Also, once you have a raid omen, you don't have to worry about triggering the trial chambers and vice versa. So if you have the trial omen, you don't have to worry about triggering a raid if you go into somebody's village. Because it only gives you one of the 2 effects. It's the first one that you come close enough to. So if you want to do that again, just remember the procedure. Drink and immediately click the lever so they start dying. See what kind of goodies we got down here. Wow. We got basically a stack of emeralds from that. Not too much of the other things, though we do have more than a stack of bottles, so that's good. And then there's, of course, the miscellaneous other stuff that trails all the way down there. If these ever start getting backed up, we've got a major problem with this farm. But yeah, whatever you do, don't drink one of those near the industrial district or my village. Ow. Excuse me. My ankles do not look like gingerbread. Stamp it. Ankle biters. Now, the bonus of the way I have this thing set up is you should not have to worry about an Enderman spawning in here. Where is this one on the map? This is the farthest east on the map. There really isn't much beyond. Like, as your X coordinate grows out that way, there really isn't anything lit up, built, or anything. Going up to that direction is where I live. Everything out that way is the industrial district and Time Runner. So the direction you're currently facing leads out to me. I can go ahead and make it daytime, and we can go for a walk. Alright. So you said you wanted to go north to start building. So you can actually leave here through the front door, but I would normally wait for all of these guys to despawn. You're not supposed to still spawn out here. How? You know what? He's dead now. I don't care. Alright, so you're going to want to come up to this hill and then past it. Yeah, occasionally once you up Explorer enough, you will just get double jump activated. And it might be annoying at times. But it's very helpful when you have wings. Oh, by the way, if you do go into the end, I would recommend using the telelantern because we have not fought the dragon yet. You go in through the regular end portal in my base or in any other stronghold, you're gonna have to fight the dragon or follow the long, lonely road over absolutely nothingness to get to the nearest safe haven. And hopefully he doesn't blow up your path. Hey, I said it was up to you. I didn't send you anywhere. If someone says, it's up to you with a chuckle, probably don't do it. From here, you can see the tree farm I've been building. It's extremely large and the most well lit it could ever possibly be. I'm still working on getting all of the lime wool to cover it. Even between mine and the one in the industrial district, there wasn't enough lime wool outside of the stuff in the attic, which I'm trying not to use. You would probably be better off going this way. So we don't have the gold sword for you to merge that totem with. Can come this way. And everything that direction is fair game. So you want to climb that mountain, or you want to go further north than that, further east than that. That's entirely up to you. I will say that I did adventure quite a ways through flight, so a lot of chunks were activated when we had the farming add-on, which is what all of those question mark blocks are from. So if you walk into a chunk that has the question mark blocks, just know that it has been activated. It doesn't necessarily been interacted with, but all it took was loading the chunk and then those new trees spawned. So if you see the question mark blocks, it doesn't necessarily mean it's someone's area. You have a gold sword in a chest. Is it in your ender chest? Did I just witness a bribe? Yeah, it's literally a question mark block. It makes you almost feel like you're playing Mario Kart. Am I gonna get a random item when I break this? No. It's like a 10% chance it actually drops again. Most of the time it's just gonna break. You found out why they drop? Oh, why is that? Thank you for the follow, Infinity. Hopefully I said that name correctly. I noticed there looks like there's an L. Infinity. It's the other add-on dropping them as a secondary drop. Hmm. You mean farming or another one? This realm is one that I, I don't really invite new people who just joined. Stick around for a little bit and we'll see what happens. If you want to join a server, though, there's always the AM Community SMP, which is Bedrock and Java. It's cross-platform, so both can join. Doesn't matter if you're on PC or console, as long as you know how to do it. And that is run and owned by Mozzie Ozzy, who I believe is also live. Go ahead and give a quick shout out, actually. See if that works. Hey, there we go. Gotta give him a shout. Ads are coming in, so you probably won't hear me for a few minutes. Ah, you got the gold sword? Good. Did you grab a totem? Since we have ads for a minute and a half now, figured it best to type it. Where did you go? Oh, actually. Thunk. Really? The one time I want a feather and you don't give me a feather. Chicken, you suck. Chicken. 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 Chicken! Why did you drop so many? Okay, that makes no sense whatsoever. Um... You're gonna make me break an entire thing, or am I gonna be able to just grab one? That's a sapling. Stick? Can I have a stick? That is sapling. That is sapling. I want stick. 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 Why is it so hard to get a stick when you want a stick? That's also not a stick, but I'll take that. That is an apple. That is wonderful. You're gonna make me break a log to get a singular stick? At this point, I might as well. Alright, fine. You had your chance. Log. Oh, and I got 2 for my struggles. Alright. Where'd he go? That's a sheep. That's not him. I'm gonna go ahead and make another one because for some reason this account did not already have one. Clay, where'd you go? Underground. Underground. Are you in the mine? Or the cave, I mean. I don't see a name tag. Are you crouching? Are you crouching? Can you see me? I should probably make sure I eat a golden apple. That's a zombie. That's a skeleton. Ow. That is my ass, thank you. I briefly forgot that I had rockets. Oh, you went down this way. I see you. Hey, if you're tired of climbing... Here. Have a stick with a feather on it. Whether you look up or you look down, you will either get levitation or slow falling. So either way, you're not going to take damage, and you can get out of both water, lava, and just air very easily. Make yourself that totem sword. Good, so you're good. Between the totem sword and the little feather stick I just gave you, you're pretty much impervious to damage. If you want to go down quickly, I would recommend doing the totem sword. If you want to go up quickly, obviously use the feather rod. Yeah, the only time one of us really dies now is if we get surprised while we somehow forget to have the totem sword in our inventory. Oh, there is one other thing you might want to know. There is an item that you can use that I don't think I have the materials to make on my person. Give me a second. Goodbye. Die. Thank you. You too. Bye. Do 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 do. Might be enough. Yep, that is enough. I needed an oak door. I need planks. Right? I need the planks. Where's the item? Where's the item? It's gonna be in this one. I need one plank and then I need 5 cobblestone, which means I need to get my fortune pick out. I'll be right back. Whee! Nope, don't blow up my blocks. Bad creepers. Stamp. Stamp. I don't care if you're shooting at me, that's fine. Have enough. Ow. Back up. Back up. Begin. It's a party. It's a mosh pit. Do you mean that literally or figuratively? Because if it's actually infested, you might end up with silverfish. Alright, so. Da-da-da. Alright. Item. You're gonna want that. Now, with that item, you can set 3 different homes. So you don't even need a telelantern, technically, but you can only set 3 at a time. And it'll instantly teleport you to the exact block that you set. Ow. So, like, if you find a place, but it doesn't have a lantern, or it's not near a village, then I would recommend setting one of those. And then you can very easily get wherever you want to go. So you could set like a farm you want to build or your actual base or anything that you want, and it'll automatically take you there. Kind of, yeah. That's a good representation. I actually need to make another one myself. Do I have any set actually? So let me show the viewers as well. You can add a home, enter the name, hit submit, and then you can immediately teleport to that place. So I do not have home set on this account because this is just my alt, and I've been using all of the tele-lanterns. Why are you in a cave, sir? Why are you in a cave? Why are you trying to sell me jungle logs? Ooh. Hey, Time Runner, do you happen to have emeralds on you? I'm asking. I have blocks of emeralds. Alright. You, sir, are not allowed to leave. I don't need those anymore. I don't need that. I don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need those. Okay. I need you to sit very still so you don't get pushed away. Do this. Ow. No. Where'd it go? Okay, I picked it up. I don't want you anymore. Stab it. Get up there. Um. Okay, we have firefly bushes now. I forgot that they added that. Ooh. These guys can sell jungle logs? 1 emerald for 8 logs. That's a good deal, actually. You're starting out? Most villages don't offer you that much. You'll be lucky if you end up with 5 or 6 emeralds at the start of a new village. But they also buy water and milk buckets. Interesting. Okay, well that was worth it. Oh, I could see your trail. You're off to the moon. You just wanted to make sure it was true, huh? You know what? We're gonna do a test here. So I did this in a call with somebody, but I didn't actually do it on stream. So let's go up. We're starting at 70. I want everyone to see just how high up we are. I'm just gonna keep going. And it's oddly close to where I live. 200s. Heading up to 3. Can you keep up with just your wings, Time Runner? I hope you've got that sword equipped. Otherwise, we're gonna see a death message momentarily. Climbing up to 400. We're officially well above build height. Build height. I think I hit a seagull. Honestly, not something I expected. You know, it's something that probably could have been possible with the farming add-on. Be glad you did not log on when we had that. The peacock was annoying. I'm sorry, Podcrash. Take out the peacock and I'll happily put it back. I am not playing that add-on while you have the peacock. Everything else was fine. Peacocks are always like, ow. Well, yeah. How many rockets have you used? My guy. We are up at 900, and you're still shooting up here. Are we seeing the Minecraft movie? I'm not. I don't know about you. But this is 1,000 plus. And now all I'm going to do is switch to the sword and just watch myself fall. And thunk. Not even a damage sound. Nothing. 1,000 plus. Nothing. It's not my fault you were standing right below me. I literally just looked up. I didn't move. Oh, by the way, in case you run into any more wandering traders, you can literally just grab as many of those as you want from the raid farm. Oh, by the way, you probably got an achievement from doing that. You just have to... Well, no, it's from build height to the bottom of the world, I think, actually. So there is a way you can do it. You see that obnoxiously skinny 1 block wide pillar over there? Go all the way to the top, and then just walk off the edge, and there's a 3 block hole that leads all the way to the bottom of the world. If you bounce off of the slime or just have the totem sword in your hand, you should get the achievement. You know, if you haven't gotten it already. From here, it's completely walled off, so you'll need to go fly over it. Yeah, you got the right idea. You can even fly up to it. It's perfectly fine. It's very, very slow to use the ladders. And that's the only other way up there besides flying. And for some reason, my brain just brought up Tears of the Kingdom. Like, the Ascension skill. Just break up on one of the bottom blocks and shoot all the way up to the top of the tower. That is definitely something that would get you there, for sure. Alright, so you see which side has the ladders, and then the side that doesn't. There you go. I don't know if it'll pop up in our chat, but if you haven't gotten the achievement, it should still work for you. I haven't had to replace this world, so it shouldn't have canceled achievements. And for those who, you already had it, maybe. Sometimes it's a little slow to pop up. But for those who weren't watching the 1,000 block drop, I had this from well before I put that add-on on. This is the worst possible trampoline situation you could imagine. Like jumping up from the bottom and then someone is coming down. Like, oh crap. You end up hitting them in the face or hitting their feet with your face or something like that. I had that happen when we were on a trampoline as kids. My little brother was jumping before I did, so when I was pushing off of the trampoline, he was falling down already and scratched my eyeball with his toe. Yeah, that can happen. Always remember to keep your nails clipped, kids. Especially kids. Poke out somebody's eye with that. Yeah, I have been diligently trying to make sure this has all of the necessary things, and apparently someone chopped down 2 of my trees, or I never planted 2 of my trees. I think I never planted those 2 trees. This is also supposed to be dark oak, but I never got around to planting more. And then the ones in the back are probably going to be a mixture of different trees. But I don't think I'm ever going to have a need of all of those trees. Oh, I guess I can turn the volume back up now. Ow. Just in time to hear a damage sound. Oh, okay, that was almost bad. Oh. Almost fell in there without having my totem sword. Yes, you can and very much will still die if you just have a regular item in your hand. So what do you think? You've pretty much seen my area, you've seen the industrial district, you've seen some of our random things. I will say that about 30 to 50 of the days played, it says, are just from fast forwarding time. We had a little bit of fun with that. I wasted like a week straight just holding it just because I accidentally clicked it before I went to the bathroom. Yeah, some of this doesn't have all the lanterns that it needs. Need to come back through with a fine-tooth comb for it. Oh, there's one more thing you didn't see that's actually out this way. You can follow the path the rest of the way over to it, actually. And you can just kind of bypass this little section here. You don't have to walk all the way through that to get to it. But it goes over this way. It's not the best lit over this way. Admittedly, I think I ran out of torches at the time. But the goal is to come down to this pier here. And I even labeled who I got the farm from. Come all the way down to the bottom. There is a bed and a lantern. You can also access the tele-lantern from anywhere that has one. Now, the goal here is to see if they have a trident, and if they do, and they're close enough to this dispenser, or dropper rather, you click it, and they should swap out their item for the shell. I'm gonna put these 4 back in there, actually. None of these guys seem to have a trident, so they are unimportant. The second they fall in, you want to make sure that if they have a trident, you click the button. It can sometimes take a minute. But there is a turtle egg up there that is forcing them to want to go break it, and then the water pushes them down the hole. Yeah, apparently. I just killed like 7 of them. Maybe they don't spawn when there's so many people down here, or maybe Time Runner just has such a absurdly high render distance that I don't know. That honestly should be helping. It's just vertical. Oh, see? Trident guy. Well, this guy right here doesn't have one. So we'll kill the guy that's closest to it. And then try popping that out. Nope. The other guy over here is in the way. Nope. Well, sometimes they're so tightly compacted in there that you really can't. And sometimes they see you somehow and they just aggro and don't grab the thing. Obviously the babies don't matter. It's not a perfect science. Come on, fall back down. You're a little too close to the front. None of you have tridents now. What the hell? Ruining the demo, man. Turn your arm. Promise you this thing does work. Nothing else, there's already 2 tridents in it. One of them is actually fully restored. There we go. See? Demonstration achieved. You dropped a full trident, and he has the thing now. So you just kill the guy that's got it, and he'll drop it again. Then you put them back whenever one runs out. Simple demonstration, it just took a few tries. But this is the shape that they will normally spawn in. You can also set it to have monolith, lamppost, enchanted, or alien shape. Monolith, I think, looks cooler. That's the one that's in my base. This one, it's easy to spot them, especially when they're bright colors in the middle of a field. But sometimes they don't spawn in the middle of a field. Sometimes they spawn in the middle of the farmland. Sometimes they spawn half buried in a tree. Sometimes they don't even spawn in the village. They're on the outskirts. It's weird. But what I can do here, if you guys don't mind stepping back just a little bit, I want to showcase something. Time Runner. Thank you. So, when you find one of these and you want to take it out of the village, you'll go to More Options. And as long as you have an empty slot in your inventory, which I have in my hotbar, hit Remove this Telelantern. And not only does it disappear, it's an item in your inventory. Going to snooze that ad break. And I'm just going to place this one back. Whenever you place one, it's a random color. And when you place it, you also get the edit telelantern, whatever number was the last one that spawned or placed. You can give it a name, change its font color, and shape. I'm going to show you this is alien. Then we're going to go enchanted. It looks a little funky because it's being cut off by the ceiling. Floating is the one that it usually is. Lamp posts like the one in the iron farm. And monolith, which is the one from my base. It takes up basically the full block underneath it for space. So if you put a light underneath it, it won't really be blinding. I'm just gonna put this one as... Actually, monolith works for this one. So we're gonna leave it at monolith. Change it from moths to night dust. Change this to dark yellow. Trident. Bartering. Oop. Farm. I actually don't mind the color. The color actually works. But yes, you'll be able to access this one from any other lantern. So you're more than welcome to come back over if you want to go for any of these. There is one, I'm not sure if it'll show here. Undersea Geode. This one's really cool. It's the one that I put together next to the spider and skelly farms. If you look up, you can see that farm, but you can also see the ocean, which is nice. And added bonus, it does have these bits. But this is a perfect opportunity to showcase what I was talking about earlier. I'm gonna put some stuff in this here thing. Firefly bush. I'll have to drop those off at the house a little later. Okay, that is enough for my inventory space. Now, I'm actually going to need to be like right where you're at. So if you could move just a bit for a second. All right. Come over to this side and look at where Time Runner's at. Right over here, you'll see this budding amethyst. Could take that off. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to point at this second block in the center. And look what's in my inventory. Something that's not supposed to drop. And you can put it anywhere you want, and it will still grow stuff on it. But you have to use this pickaxe with Silk Touch. That's the only way I've found that it will actually work. Otherwise, it just breaks the block with regular Silk Touch pick. And we can also go to the end without having to see the dragon. Now, there's a couple of storage items right here. Feel free to grab whatever you need. One thing I don't have is an Enderman farm. I built one of those last season, but I can't build one this season simply because it needs to be built around the main end island. And we still have the dragon. So, yeah, that's gonna have to wait. But if you follow this string of paths all the way back to the main end island, you'll still be able to get back here or back to the dragon. Whichever way you want to go. Oh, he moved. Where'd he go? There he is. Where did he go? Where did he go? I love when they do that because you hit it with fire. It just teleports out of your render distance and de-aggros or despawns altogether. It's really annoying. Can also go to the creeper farm. Hey, not a problem. You know, you're always welcome to come on and play. Any of the stuff in the industrial district is labeled in there in the purple. Anything in there that has any items, you are more than welcome to use. If it's got a player name next to it, that's the only thing you gotta be careful of. But this does have quite a bit of gunpowder in it. And if you want to ever start this one, all you gotta do is come up to this level, and there's a center pillar that has a lever on the floor. You just have to hit that. Once it's on, if you got a looting sword, you're gonna just sit there, or you can come down here. Either one works. And you'll see these guys spawn in the side of these little pillars. I don't have tinted glass for them to be fully visible, so that's why it's stone. Just turn that on, and all of these will turn on at the same time. All of the stuff gets funneled down below for sorting. Well, it's not really sorted, it's just in various chests. But this was Prowl's design. It's very, very expensive, and I hate it. But it's very useful. But yeah, I'll bring you back to the portal hub, and you can go wherever you want from there. Unless you already set your home on where you want to be in the little homes item. Yeah, if you ever want to go to a village or a biome that's already been found, you can come over to these sides here. And they're separated. And you're pretty much good to go. Villages on this one, biomes over here. Just make sure you come back to the portal hub if you ever want to go to any of the other ones, because they are separated by different portal types. But yeah, if you gotta go to bed, I'm not gonna keep you. Just wanted to make sure you got the full rundown. It's good hanging out with you, man. Hopefully we'll see more of you. I'm gonna try to be online a bit more frequently, as long as my gut and the weather are cooperative. But I'll see more of you until September. Awesome. I look forward to it. Is there anything else that you wanted to show Time Runner before, you know, you crash for the night as well? Or are you just hanging out? Have you gotten a good look at the tree farm, actually? I haven't gotten all of the carpets in yet. I'm still working on that. But I did learn via Craftverse. Oh yeah, the second opinion. Okay, so that is the storage. Where are we going? Just gonna meet you back at the portal hub. Go from there. So you got it swapped out. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I'm thinking it kind of doesn't work that well. It seems to clash. It might be a little bit less so if you swap them. Like put this here and that there. How does that kind of look? A little bit less of a clash, or... So it looks like it kind of bleeds into the lantern, as opposed to being a stark contrast. Yeah. Honestly, you see here. Having bright Slightly dingy, bright, slightly dingy, bright, dark, bright, dark. Hmm. It's like a fade gradient. It's not bad. It's a little bit less aggressive than using the resin. Are there other types of resin blocks besides bricks? Probably nothing any darker or lighter. It's probably all going to be the same thing, just different design. He's off. This is the mega storage room, ladies and gentlemen. Put a lot of time and effort into this. I helped set up the last little bits, but 99% of this was Time Runner. Various different sorting, but all manual. Okay. Somehow that's a lot better. Hold on, I wanna see something here. Hmm. Maybe. Nope. Nope. Overshot. That's not bad. Where's this gonna end up? So there, there, and there. Leaving brick and brick. Would you rather have it be... Let's do a test here. That? Or... that? Or maybe bunch of options. Or you could just do an entire row of just the face block and none of the bricks. Because somehow the dark part around the face on these brings this more light. Like it brings it to life more, I mean. I need to do a full ring for an opinion. Well, doing it this way, the way it's currently presented, every other, that would mean this block is the bricks. But if we remove this, we see this side also has a face. So would we want the face to be right here, visible on all sides, and then the brick here? Because if we do the face here, that would move everything over one. And therefore, that's a face, brick, face, brick, face, brick, face, brick, face. And then that would be a brick. These would be swapped. Those would be swapped. That's interesting. Greeted by something a little more than just a flat face and a brick. You're actually greeted with a face. I think this right here is the best because that way it's symmetrical with the one every other block. Yeah, these would be switched all the way down, obviously. So let's do a full test of how this looks. That means that goes, that goes, that is yet again a brick, and then that would be a face. And then see how this looks when you first come out of the portal room. Because you've got the face looking right at you the second you spawn in. And to do that, you might also have one right there. So you'd have two faces looking at you. And then when you come out, you'd have two faces right here. And somehow just adding in that extra little dark patch also helps the brick next to it. So you don't need to have all face blocks. So do you want it to keep the same chill atmosphere? Because if you want to have this be the same all the way around like it was before, we would need to put this back here and have it start from the brick all the way around, or put it back the way it originally was and have it all be moved over again, so this ends in a brick and this starts in a face. I like the brick face pattern. It just depends on where it starts. Because the way I tested it here, it breaks up your pattern from inside the room. And I don't know how you're going to feel about that. So it's up to you if you want to keep it exactly where it is or move it over. And then put the other copper block back. That way it's linear inside the room, and when you come in here, it starts after the room, all the way around the loop. Or do you not mind this being a different block from the rest of the room? I leave that entirely up to your discretion. It does kind of pop a little bit hard against this door. So maybe it is best to move it, but again, it's your storage room, it's your design. I'm just fielding ideas. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. So you'd be changing this entire thing out anyway. Okay. Hmm. Is it terrible of me to think that it should go the other way? Okay. I see. Yeah, that does work a bit better. They don't offer, like, resin doors, do they? It's just blocks. Hmm. All right. It does work well with the tough coloration. You may want to put some honey on it so it doesn't oxidize. Unless you don't care if it oxidizes at least partially. That way it kind of looks like it's both the red and the green to some degree. How long does the copper take to oxidize when it doesn't have copper directly next to it? Is there like a metric we can go by? Oh, well, there we go. It does... no. It looks better unoxidized. Yeah, it lost all of its color. Oh, by the way. I don't know if you got a chance to buy them yet. Those are the new bushes. Yeah. So you are going to keep with this pattern then? Okay. About you slamming your face into the wall? It's a wonderful idea. I guess we'll find out momentarily. You know, it's kind of ironic. I was literally just thinking the exact same thing right before you decided to see how I would feel about it. I think it works. Sometimes having everything match exactly perfectly is just too on the nose. So this kind of works. Alright, everybody, welcome back. Yeah, I think this works. I'm not entirely sure why this makes such an incredible difference, but it does. Because these are all identical all the way around. These are all identical all the way around. But I think maybe breaking it up a little bit in the in-between makes it more alive. Like a real person would have built that. You like having a border that's symmetrical. You like having the centerpiece be symmetrical. But you gotta break it up a little bit or else it's just bleh. So this breaks it up. I can't honestly say how I feel about the ceiling being the same color as the top of the border and the floor of the border, but I certainly wouldn't make it the same breakup color as the wall. Yeah, that works. Yeah, the purple's a nice contrasting color. I just thought of something. You have a geode. What if you used amethyst blocks to mimic the purple of these? Yeah, that's fine. But what if this up here was amethyst? Do you happen to have a crafting table? You do. And it takes 9 of them. No, it doesn't. It takes 4 of them. Alright, so I want to try something. You don't happen to have any in storage, do you? Could test out a line once this is all in. Damn it! Sit still! Yeah. I've only got the one. I'll contribute the literal cornerstone block. Aha! That was less of an aha and more of a oh crap, because you've got exactly 23. Where were those? Yeah, it's a little whimsical, and it makes it feel less like you're in a library. What's your perspective on it? Do you feel like it's a good change? Or do you want it to go back? I think it's the closest purple there is to the carpets without straight up using wool, which doesn't really look that good. This at least looks like it's got a shimmer from the light. Hmm, fair enough. Hmm. Okay. Not sure why that was relevant. Tell me now. Alright. Well, it seems like you've got quite a bit of work ahead of you, and I'm like an hour and a half over when I should have ended. But it was fun hanging out. And I'll get out of the way for a little while. So I'll catch you a little bit later. Let me know how you feel about it once it's done. Nah. Glad I could help with my second opinion on the wall. Yeah, a little bit. Stone is just dingy. Color adds more light. Yeah. You have a good rest of your night, Time Runner. Or morning now that it's like 5 a.m. And thank you to everyone who stuck around this long and watched the extra long stream. Hopefully we'll see more of Clay in the future and maybe even convince Death to join. Who knows? Alright. You have a good night as well. I'm gonna try and crash before my alarm has to go off in 6 hours. Peace.